Alrighty, boys and girls, good morning. Welcomes. Hope we're all good. Got to get some auctions listed first thing this morning. That's my first and highest priority. Then we can continue leveling up all the professions. I've got flipping more to do than I thought. After taking a little bit of a look into it, there's definitely more to do than I originally thought. So we've got to get cracking. Happy Pizza Day. Kahani, welcome in. Welcome. Probably not going to be Pizza Day today. I have I have about 170 crayfish to cook this evening, which might get in the way of me having Pizza Day. Our family has a bit of a get-together tomorrow, which I've got to help prepare for today. But plenty of time for some video games in the morning. Mass murder it is then. Yeah. A little bit of that, yeah. Right, let's get all of these listed. The old puppy is still doing Zooms this morning. I usually try and wait until she runs out of energy and starts taking a nap, but I wanted to get going this morning. She's still buzzing, still running around. She's been a crazy person, crazy dog. Right, next team. I'm not going to bother trying to kill rares first thing this morning. I can come back and kill some rares in the Undermine later. I just want to get the auctions relisted because simple rules. If you don't post it, you don't sell it, right? That's the theory. If you don't post it, you don't sell it. Weirdly, I quite enjoyed leveling the professions yesterday. It started to get expensive when we got to Legion, though. I leveled Legion Inscription last night. That was a touch more expensive than I was expecting. But not by too much. Not by an amount that scared me, so it's absolutely fine. I have been given some forewarning, though, that when we level engineering in full, that gets pretty expensive pretty quickly. So, yeah, we'll have to see how that plays out. Not selling a huge amount on these realms. What we sold down here? Sold some in. What have we sold? Stormforger chestplate of the Fever Flare. 7,500 gold. Cash monies. Ah, these lost currency mails are going to drive me bananas. Wait. Open all. Why are you not opening all? Do it. Do it, TSM. Don't screw with me. Okay, there's weirdness going on. Back from the summer house, Chilida. Welcome back. Hope you had a good time. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Nice and relaxing. You've managed to come back on a good day by the list of things. It's grim outside today. Heavens have opened. It's all rainy and nasty pasty. Today's delves are ass. I'm really kind of glad that I don't feel much obligation to do many delves. I'll chip away at 4. Maybe if I feel enthusiastic, I'll do my 8 for the week. But the reality is like gearing wise, I couldn't really. I'm not that fussed this season. Really not that fussed. I would rather do the bare minimum and do it relatively optimally, even if it means I don't have the best DPS or don't do the best throughput throughout most of the time. I think, to be fair, to give myself some credit, I think hitting item level 700 already, I've done pretty good, considering all things considered, that I don't do Mythic Plus and I don't raid. So I'm relatively content with that so far. But yeah, it basically means if delves end up being ass for a day, I can quite happily just say, well, I'm not going to do them. It's easy. Did have a good time, managed to keep my streak too, because you were my dishwashing buddy. Oh, you were on dishwashing duty, were you? I have to admit that there is often so many of us at our summer place that we do have a dishwasher. We have cheated the summer cottage rules by adding in significant levels of technology to make everything easier. You two still having a fight, are you? Dishes, like throwing away pizza boxes. Yeah, something like that, yeah. Something similar to that. I'm not so big at cooking, so I do the dishes. Yeah, see, this is the annoying thing, right? I somehow managed to both get tasked with emptying the dishwasher, and I'm also the one that cooks most of the food. So it's like, I'm being suckered. This is like, you know, get the foreigner to do all that shit, you know? I'll pull the race card. Just watch. No, but I when I say I do most of the cooking, I man the barbecue. If there's anything that goes anywhere near a barbecue, it's on me. Everybody else can make the flipping salads and dumb stuff that I don't really want anyway. $2,000 gold. That's not really a lot, is it? What did we sell? Some underscout gear. Damn. Quiet on the sales so far, not gonna lie. Not seeing anything overly juicy come through. But I'm still scaling up. I'm still feeling like we're scaling up. I've not got anywhere near enough inventory where I need to be worried about slimming stuff down. So based on that, I'm also not expecting to get many huge monstrous sales. Sadly, I can't afford to do nothing a day with the seminar wasting most of my week. Got to force myself to do the least annoying one on every character at least. Oh, you're trying to do... Okay, so if you're trying to keep a couple of characters up and running, but yeah, it probably means you need to do a few delves per day then, I guess. I'm with you. That makes sense. Well, it'll be worth, you know, if you're banging through a seminar, it'll be worth it at the end, though. The horizon should be good. Mum has all the other tech, even aircon now, but the kitchen's so tiny there's no space for a dishwasher. Yeah, space can often be a problem. We installed an aircon at our summer place last year, but not for the purpose of aircon in the summer. More to just more efficiently keep the place, you know, 10 degrees in the winter. Ilma lampa bumpu, as they say in Finland. So not, you know, I still call it an aircon, but it's not really for the purpose of cooling. Something to keep it. Well, we try to keep the place at like 12 degrees over winter. Doing it with electric radiators is expensive, so this was slightly more optimum. Spent yesterday disassembling the computer to remove an empty AIO cooler and reinstall Windows on the new SSD. Yeah, you had you hit 0 bytes the other day, didn't you? You were saying you hit 0 bytes. That's always a problem. I've stayed away from AIO coolers. I just have a big, whacking, great big Which one did I end up going for in the end? I can't even remember. But I've gone big standard cooler. I always worry about the AIOs because if the pump breaks on them and you don't know, I mean, CPUs turn themselves off before they fry these days anyway, but even still, it's 12 degrees. Isn't that too cold? Well, no, 12 degrees is basic. Well, you got to remember that outside it can be as low as like minus 25 in the winter. So 12 degrees is to just, it keeps the moisture out, basically. That's really all it's doing. Stopping things from actually freezing. Keeping the moisture at bay. Have you talked about the minor tidbit we got about the profession changes? I haven't touched on it yet. We were discussing it in the Discord a bit yesterday. The reality for me is that this is Taliesin just randomly splurging a little bit of information in his latest video. A little bit of information that he is clearly muddled up. So I wouldn't take it too gospel-y about details, but what I would take for reference, let's actually go back to the beginning and say what we're looking at. You can see it on Wowhead actually, because of course Wowhead turned it into a whole article, because of course they did. In Taliesin and Evertel's video yesterday, there was a sneak little snippet. It was basically, he was talking about the fact that the divulging of information about the new expansion at Gamescom was just shit, wasn't it? Like, to be real, it was just terrible. And they were talking about this a little bit. And one of the things he mentioned was, and you know, there's information that I haven't seen come out that we just learned from conversations with people. Stuff like, did you know, Evie, that there are greatly simplifying professions next expansion? That they're getting rid of bronze level stuff and silver level stuff. They're only having gold and platinum level stuff. Because nobody ever wants anything less than gold and platinum. They're literally just getting rid of them. Did you know that? So, you know, this was just a little bit of a snippet in their video indicating that don't try and divulge details from this, because for starters, well, that's only 4 levels, and never ever in my entire life have I heard anybody refer to them as platinum, gold. I've heard them say like gold, silver and whatever, but I've never heard them say platinum. But I don't know, maybe it's different circles. But for starters, that's only 4. There's 5 or there's 3. Only keep, and if you actually listen to exactly what was said, it was like they're only keeping gold and platinum. So he was clearly saying it as if like he was trying to remember the details, but didn't clearly have all of the details. So it's what in English we call Chinese whispers. I don't even know if that's politically correct to say these days, but in terms of the fact that, yeah, there's definitely something lost in translation here, and it's not anything that's been like officially announced, but it's an indication of that they are looking at simplifying it, maybe by adjusting the quality system in some way. That's basically what we can take from this right now. They might slim it down from 5 ranks to 2. I still think there is value in having ranks for things, but I don't really see the value in there being 5 on gear, basically because he's not wrong. Basically, people only ever want the absolute best. There are 2 things that people want. They want the best or they want the cheapest. That's the only 2 things people want. They want the best or they want the cheapest. Anything outside of that doesn't really matter. So simplifying crafted items down to just 2 ranks. 1 rank that pretty much anybody can make, and it'll be, you know, the cheaper alternative, and then 1 rank that will probably take a little bit more of a skilled crafter to make it and might cost a little bit more You know, that's really all it needs to be. 5 ranks is a little bit overzealous, and outside of week 1, nobody has ever gone anywhere near quality 1, 2, or 3 crafted gear. They take quality 4, quality 5, or nothing. So it makes sense. Whether this filters through to the materials as well, guess we'll have to find out. There's been a lot of pushback on materials, but what I would say is that having 3 levels of materials is also more useful. Little dog, Alma, stop pestering Nips, stop pestering Papple, Papple's trying to chill. Having 3 ranks of materials makes more sense than having 5 ranks of end crafted goods. But we'll see. Alpha can't be that far away. I would suspect that we would see a snippet of this in the alpha straight away with professions anyway. So we'll see. Lamas, what you numbing my fingers for? Where's your stick? Look at your stick. Your stick's right here, look. Making gear the same 3 ranks as potions, etc. Potentially. We'll have to see what happens, but a simplification is coming in the form of slightly adjusted quality. Now, what that will mean is, from a behind-the-scenes perspective, more so than anything else, is that there will be an awful lot of recalculations of how shit works needed. Right? We went from Dragonflight into the War Within, and even though at face value everything looks the same, what a lot of us quickly learned was that behind the scenes things were working differently. Such as quality 3 materials were now accounting for up to 40% of the skill required to craft something, up from 25% in the War with Dragonflight. So when you really get down to the actual nitty-gritty of how it all works, there'll be an awful lot of maths to figure out, and I actually suspect that the beta, the alpha especially, will probably be very broken for all of this. And they will have to go through and do tuning passes and make sure that, you know, you can still reach thresholds and all that sort of stuff, and clever people will need to dig into the game files and figure out exactly the maths behind the system all over again. It does mean, to me, it tells me ahead of time that even if they are going to simplify it, simplification is still going to mean that we're going to have to take a really good, careful, close look at it so that we actually understand the mechanics of how it works as well. This might also have some interesting play on how concentration ends up being. The reality is the concentration landscape could look very similar, because right now you take quality 2 materials to make the best thing. That might still be the case. That might really not change. It could just be that they're shaving off the 3 tiers at the bottom that nobody ever gives a damn about. They could just get rid of quality 1, 2, and 3 and just leave quality 4 and 5. And really not change the maths behind the scenes much at all. That arguably would be a very easy fix. It's one of those simplifications that it makes the whole thing look simpler, but the reality is because nobody cares about rank 1, 2, or 3 anyway. It wasn't really a factor anyway, so it would be kind of an odd thing if they didn't do at least some rebalancing, but we'll see. We'll see what they get up to. Can't imagine it's going to be too long now. There's a new PTR of Remix coming up on Tuesday, which gives me the impression they probably also won't be launching Midnight Alpha the same week. We might still have another week to wait before we can see Alpha in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, we'll have to see. How are people making money with the professions? Is it spamming general chat the only way? There's a few different distinct paths you can go with concentration, with professions. You go the concentration route, which basically revolves around you having as many characters as possible with a very simple profession set up on all of those characters, mostly enchanting. And this way that you can acquire large quantities of concentration over the week, and you can spend that concentration on making tier 3 enchants at a nice cheap price and make your profit that way. If you're going the gear crafting route, yes, there is a lot of just hanging around in the capital city at busy times of the week, hoping people need stuff crafted. And if they need it crafted, you then have to hope that your request to craft it is good enough. Or you fight the fight that is single-digit margins on commodity items that go on the region-wide auction house, which is equally as time-intensive. You are rolling around with some very big numbers. You are often buying millions of gold of materials, converting them into millions plus one worth of items, then selling them back out again, and hoping the 5% auction house fee doesn't cripple you. Not sure if I have time for Remix. Too many mats to farm. Well, it did shine a light yesterday for me that there is really not that many materials knocking about. That we are absolutely, without doubt, going to see a boom on the price of materials when Decor kicks in. Because if all of a sudden every man and their dog tries to craft a bunch of Decor items using past expansion materials, the fact that there was barely enough for me one character to level a profession yesterday in some cases, just think how quickly those materials are going to get stripped from the auction house when everybody's trying to use them to actually craft something that people want. It's going to be chaos. It's going to be fun though. I do genuinely think getting some sort of farmers in place is not a terrible idea. Getting your old school herb miner set up could be some very profitable hours to be had just farming old materials, crazy as that sounds. And obviously, if you can, in somewhat shape or form, predict what's coming, you can you can get going and do your farming ahead of time. But of course, none of this really matters until we know exactly what materials people might need. You can wildly speculate and you can buy up a bunch of, well, or a little bit of everything, but that means you'll make a big win on some of the stuff, but then you'll likely take a loss on other stuff that then isn't needed. So that's a very 50-50, bit of a gamba approach. Or you wait until we see some in and then react fast. Unless people have already stocked them. I don't think it's the case, but it would be funny to see tons of mats suddenly appear. Oh, what, people have already stocked them. There's definitely people out there that have like bought up and filled a guild bank or two worth of like just stuff. And now if you're somebody that's got 10, 15, 20, 25 million gold just lying around, there's no reason to not spend 5 million just like buying a little bit of everything. Because if it pays off, great, excellent. You've turned that 5 million into 15 million. Well, if it doesn't pay off, sure, you probably can sell most of it back out for probably not much more than what you paid. Yeah, it's probably going to be difficult to lose, honestly. But the point is there are so many materials, so many different materials across so many expansions, that those that make a slightly more educated guess to what could be useful will be the ones that will do better. Hello, 70k. What do we sell here? Leaping Leopard. Leaping Leopard, 70k. Leaping Leopard. Is that not also a that's a Zereth Mortis pet, isn't it? Sold one for 70k. Doesn't look like I bought it, at least not on this realm. But considering the regional market average price is only 30k, I'm pretty sure that's a Zereth Mortis pet. I don't remember buying that recently. That might have been something I've had for a while. Fortunately, I enjoy farming. Yeah, if you can find some enjoyment in it, get on it, honestly. So that, I think, has been our most interesting of a sale, should we say, so far today. 70k pet from... I'm pretty sure that's the Zereth Mortis pet. There's a sense of irony in that, considering I was literally in Zereth Mortis yesterday. Maybe I piqued somebody's interest talking about the pets and they decided to buy one they were missing. Not my intention of the stream, but if it works, it works. I have a bit of a choice today as well. Do we continue finishing off Inscription? I have BFA. What do we have? I have BFA and Shadowlands to do. Inscription. For the two expansions, I still need to do Inscription on. Alternatively, because it's starting to get a little bit expensive in that area of the world, we could look at engineering. Oh, if we sold here, 30k on something. Pandaren Water Spirit. I bought a couple of those the other day as well. I'm pretty sure I bought a few of these for significantly less than that. A couple of thousand gold each, maybe. So to sell one for 33 is nice. Things like that, sometimes it's nice to see if it is a... Okay, well, Pandaren Water Spirit, I've not purchased that on this realm, at least, recently. Yeah, there we go. I was buying a bunch of Pandaren Water Spirits at 6,000 gold apiece. 6,000 gold apiece. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of them I've bought. I've bought 5 of them, and I've already sold one that actually covers the cost of all 5 of them. Cool. They're the kind of results you want. That means the rest of the stock is, for all intensive purposes, completely free. Undermine, that's gay. I'm glad you're happy about it. Oh my god, let's get these listed as well. Wow, really not a lot being posted on this realm. Do still have a couple of realms randomly that have like nearly nothing on them. I don't know how that's ended up being the case, but my middle name is Happy in Danish. I don't know what the word for happy is in Danish. You'll have to educate me. I am language stupid at the end of the glad. Okay. Yeah, now you've said it, I would know what it means. I've spent enough time in this area of the world to have a rough idea of what's going on. Even though, when it comes to speaking these languages, I am dum diddy dum dum dum. Now even Nips was eating the stick. I brought the stick in for Alma's teeth. And Alma's here. Nipsu has stolen the stick. Nipsu Bears. Stolen the stick. Listening, look. She's listening. And this one's just resting. She chilling. She's chilling. Yeah, my stick now, yeah, clearly. Claimed. Claimed. I need to get a slightly better puppy cam, don't I? Brainy as fuck, but... My mate, see the difference when you switch between puppy cam and my actual, okay, well, in this lighting even my DSLR is kind of grainy, but dog TV. They're part of the show here. Officially part of the show. Risky sleeping position with the chair wheel. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I noticed. Because if I move too aggressively too quickly, she's going to know about it real fast. I might have to tactically move her when she has actually fallen asleep. Documentation. I must admit, there is an element of streaming that does kind of feel a little Big Brother-ish sometimes. This is why Mrs. Manthias understands what I do, but she still thinks it's odd. That I sit in the studio and but as far as she's concerned, talk to myself. She spends half her days in flipping Zoom meetings though, so it's same but different. Difference is I enjoy it. That's the significant difference. I have fun. She sits in meetings bored to tears sometimes. Not so much now because she's got a new job and she enjoys it a lot more, but It's a reminder sometimes that at least she still has the luxury of being able to work from home, because that is actually a blessing. As long as she doesn't put you down in the taxes as mentally ill husband that's valuable for some tax returns. Hey, we're married. What's hers is mine, so if she saves money, I save money. It's all good. It's all good. He wants to put me down as mentally ill for the purpose of some sort of tax purposes, then go ahead. I'll dribble once in a while. Woo! One dog has farted. How about that? Isn't that lovely? Which one was that, do we reckon? They've swapped stick positions, though. The rightful owner has claimed the stick back. Sell over here. Tome of Illusion? Outland? Sure. Don't mind selling those. Goblin mindset. As long as we save money, you can call me what you want. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, this account seems to have very, very little on it. I need to pad these realms out a little bit with a bit more stock. Spread the load a little bit more. I've been trying to make sure that I don't have more than like 50, 60 auctions on each realm, because otherwise it really, really slows down the posting. But when I end up with realms that have got like 5 things on them, it's not so worth in the opposite direction, if you know what I mean. Oh, this realm just seems to be slow. There seems to be some sort of lag on this realm anyway. Not actually hitting the throttle there, but it was real sluggish. Come on, we need a few more big sales. Need a few more big sales to make this whole process worthwhile. We've done probably 150, 200k so far in sales, but we could do with a little bit more. Going to be important to remember, actually, long term, when doing this, that there is a ramping process to it. There is a definite scaling up process to it. Wriggler, Sunblade, Micro Defender, and a Drudge Ghoul. 3 more pets. There's definitely a ramping up process. Such as, you know, you are going to have to spend a bit to make a bit. Another 20k. Schematic, HELP. The Crimson Swoggity Doggity. That only really reiterates to me more so that it's criminal that I didn't set this up properly way sooner. Considering I had half the infrastructure in place back in Shadowlands, And it took me till halfway through the War Within to really get round to setting it up. Whilst at the very same time, I've watched other people do exactly the same and quite literally become billionaires in the game. More accounts, more posting before the throttling. Well, the throttle kicks in once you post more than about 70 or 80 items. You can, in fact, no, sorry, that's the wrong word. That's cancelling. You can get up to about 100, 120 items posted at normal speed per character before it starts to really slow down. But of course, doing it on 4 accounts simultaneously does help a little bit. It's not actually as efficient as you would think. It's certainly not 4 times more efficient. All it's doing is like, you know, the dead time, loading the character in, emptying the mailbox, running the scan. These are some sort of like dead air moments which you can save when you're doing it 3 times, but you still have to click to list every auction. So you're not saving any actual time on the posting, but it's the busy work that goes with it that you can save some time on. $70 postings on 10 accounts would still mean 700 postings before the throttle. Yeah, if you were doing them all simultaneously, yeah. Wow. Nothing interesting across these 4 tunes. There's still part of me that kind of wants to wombo combo this whole adventure a little bit more, such as killing rares at the same time and also doing a sniper scan to search for deals. But the entire process of just posting everything still takes me about an hour to do. If I was to then add on the time it takes to do all of the rares as well, that's another hour and a bit. And if I was to add the time of doing a sniper as well, that's another hour again. So if I was to wombo combo all 3 activities in one, it would probably take up the entirety of every stream every day, which is kind of why I've decided against trying to wombo combo it. I'll do one of the, I'll try and do no more than really one of the things, such as quickly blasting through the posting of auctions. Then we'll go off and do something a little bit more interesting. And I often come back later in the day and do my shopping scans or do whatever I don't do on stream, I tend to do later on in the evening. So that I still get it all done, but it doesn't end up with absolutely every single stream being me just doing the same 3 activities. Like disenchanting on 5 accounts kind of makes the disenchanting instant because you just speed click all of the windows pressing the disenchant macro. Yeah, it's like a, what was it, 1.5 second cast time or something. By the time you've clicked on all 5, once you got back to the beginning, the first one's probably finished almost, yeah. I saw Golden at one point doing flipping outrageous amounts of disenchanting. Ludicrous amounts of disenchanting. Across 4 of his accounts at one point. It felt pretty dangerous on the old. It looked dangerously boring. Obsidian Warwhelp. Doing alright on pets, apparently. Seems to be doing better on pets than anything else right now. But I must admit, I'm not overly surprised because pets are more consistent. buying the recipes and the transmog and stuff like that, that is more, you buy it really cheap and you sell it really high. You have incredibly high margins on the transmog, but the caveat is that you are not expecting to sell it either at all or very quickly. Going for a drink, that's fine. Need to take a nap, little Almas. Been up since 6 a.m. Do some snoozes. Good girl. Good girl. Jojo, welcome in. How we doing? Good morning to you. All right, there's that lot done. Nothing particularly fancy sold on those realms. Keep our fingers crossed for the next ones. Do you think we got enough time to max out a profession and start making gold from it for the next expansion, or is it too late to level a profession and max it out? Well, professions are locked by expansion, aren't they? So you're only really going to make significant, or there's the only real opportunity to make a lot of gold from the War Within professions within the War Within. When we go into Midnight, you'll have Midnight versions of all the professions that you'll need to level them all up and you start from scratch. So there's not really much point in trying to blast the professions now, because I will give you some relatively truthful advice here. 99% of the profit to be had from most professions is done by this point. You'll probably end up dumping more gold into them than you'll get back out of them at this point in the expansion. So you can get yourself prepared for Midnight in other ways, though. My suggestion is pay attention to what goes on during the alpha, pay attention to what goes on during the beta with professions and stuff. Try and get a bit of a understanding of which professions might be good, which professions might stink. Or if nothing else, an understanding of what the materials are, maybe where the materials come from, this sort of stuff from the test phases or Midnight launches. That way you'll have a little bit of an advantage over everybody that didn't do that prep work. And, you know, knowledge is worth something. Alternatively, you can, if you want to make some gold now, yeah, just farming herbs, farming materials and stuff is it will always make your gold number go up. It just depends how much time you're willing to spend doing it. That's more in your control. Crafting professions, I would probably not bother at this point. I wouldn't say it's worth worrying too much about the crafting professions right now. Why do you not have long boy privileges? Does that mean you didn't empty your mailbox either? What's going on there? There are still, I mean, there is still some very niche ways that you could probably use crafting professions to make a bit of gold right now. Arguably, there is still 4 or 5 months of this expansion left, meaning if you can get some professions like enchanting set up at a very cheap price right now, you're certainly not going to be min-maxing the professions. You're just going to be spending as little on them as you possibly can. You can set up some concentration alts to probably spin you a bit of profit. That will still work in small parts for a short period of time, but most will also tell you that you've kind of missed the boat on that one as well, or at least the good bit of it. Season 3 or the last patch of an expansion, everything just basically ends up going to 0. So it's a challenging time to make gold with professions right now if you're starting from 0. But don't let me dishearten you. If you enjoy playing with the professions, tinker away. You've actually got more. You've probably got more value to potentially be had by setting up the past expansion professions. If you've got a character that's had tailoring for 5 years because you've played the game a whole bunch across a few expansions, maybe go back and level some of the professions from the earlier expansions. Because when Decor comes in, we are led to believe that Decor is going to provide recipes for all of the profession, or for at least some of the professions, going back in history as well. Having the professions already set up for when Decor comes in, once again, will keep you ahead of people that won't react until it happens. Chromite chestplate, 2,000 gold, we'll take it. I'm thinking Decor is not going to need max skill for each expansion, but that you can use it to level up. Yeah, it's we don't know. Like I said, it's for me, it's just preparation. I want to be in a position where if I need to, at a moment's notice, craft a bunch of Decor items with outland blacksmithing, and it requires blacksmithing 75 to craft the items. I don't want to have to start running around trying to quickly level up blacksmithing first. I want to just be able to do it, you know? We don't know exactly how it's going to play out, but Blizzard did literally come out and tell us to go level our professions, right? They even said it in the blue post that, you know, before midnight, before housing turns up, maybe it's a good time to level your old professions. So I would rather do it and not need it than need it and haven't done it. Will you be testing professions on the alpha beta on stream? Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, as soon as we hit test phase, the entire stream ends up being one massive great big Q&A session most days. And it's good for everybody involved because people throw all sorts of weird and wacky questions at me. And if I know the answer to the question, obviously I can let you know, but it also gives me a good indication to what people are looking for. And if there is stuff I don't know, we can go and investigate and find out. But there's no guarantee I get in the alpha. I am crossing my fingers that I do get in. I'm in a reasonably strong position to hope that I will get in. It's still not guaranteed. And at the end of the day, even if I don't get in, somebody that we know and can trust will get in anyway, so we'll just all pile in on whatever they're doing. Decor items will be big business for sure. There'll be a lot of money floating around in it. There's no question of that. The only concern I have is how much of that value are the crafters themselves going to be able to extract. Because farmers always win. Because whenever there's a heyday on something, the materials tend to go up in value, and then that directly benefits the farmers who have gone out and got those materials in the first place, or more importantly, know how to go and get more of them. So farmers always win, but crafters might not get too much of a slice of the pie if everything ends up on the region-wide auction house. Because you bet your ass there'll be an absolute flood of people farming recipes, crafting stuff, trying to sell it. And if it's on the region-wide auction house, it'll be Shadowlands Legendaries again. It'll be absolute cancel scan chaos. It'll also be interesting to see what they do with things like this. This sounds really silly, but if they make really big vendor values on decor items, that will make the listing and the cancelling of them incredibly expensive to do, which will take even more margin away from the crafters doing it. Or they could end up being like pets, which cost like 1 silver to list. And so you can cancel scan till your heart's content, much like Shadowlands Legendaries. The only reason cancel scanning was so prominent with Shadowlands Legendaries is because they cost you nothing to put on the auction house. If every time you listed one, it would cost you 100 gold to do it, because there was like a 300-400 gold vendor value on that item, you'd be burning through your potential profit every time you cancelled it. Just little things like that can make a big difference to how much gold crafters can make. If they're region wide on the auction house, it'll be a day max where there'll be good gold in it. Otherwise, it will just be squished into nothing due to the hype. There's still aspects that we don't know. There's still variables we don't know. There could be enforced scarcity on the materials to craft the things, which is entirely possible. This lumber that is clearly going to be an added material that is consumed when making a lot of decor stuff. We don't know how we get that yet. We're not sure how that lumber is going to be acquired. We don't know if it's going to be bind on pickup, bind on equip, bind on warbound. We don't know the status of this lumber. If there is a enforced scarcity of one of the crafting materials, that certainly adds value into the end product, because it will mean that there is a limit to how many of them there can be. That also gives players the opportunity to say, right, well, I can only craft 4 of these. I'm going to post them at this price, you know. If there's no scarcity on the materials, then another option is that some of the recipes become difficult to acquire or rare. If the recipes become difficult or rare, it becomes he who gets the recipe first wins. Assuming it's an item that everybody decides they want. And I shit you not, there will be people that will go to the auction house and just buy one of everything. We might see a gold rush on this, almost like we have never seen before. Because somebody will come along with the intention of playing with some housing, and they'll go to the auction house and they'll just buy 1 or 2 or 5 of absolutely everything. They'll buy a token, so they'll get a bunch of gold, and they'll just spend on decor items until it's gone. And some people might do that multiple times. I mean, this is all very hypothetical here, but the opportunity is there at the very least. Because we don't really know just how the player base is going to take to it. Hard for mine to actually just slash ignore it, since how everybody is talking about it. Well, it's everybody, but everybody within quite a small circle. I would suspect that the circle of people who would be looking to actually spend most of their time hunting the recipes and crafting the things is likely to be very, very small relative to the amount of people that will be trying to play around and tinker and build their houses. It's the same logic for me as an expansion launch. When you've got 10 more levels, 12 more dungeons, 8 new raid bosses, a new Mythic Plus season, 4 new zones to explore, pets to collect, mounts to farm, achievements to acquire, transmogs to collect. There are so many shiny things happening at the beginning of an expansion. It takes a very specific kind of person to want to spend their entire day flying around picking up herbs. But the people who do spend their day flying around picking up herbs make out like fucking bandits because nobody else wants to be doing it. And player housing with 20 years of hype behind it is going to be very, 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 very appealing to absolutely everybody, all in one go, all at the same time. Whereas those people who are willing to, instead of building their house and collecting all the decor items, would be more content with flying around, doing what they need to do to collect recipes, crafting, and then selling stuff on the auction house, might have... There is the possibility, at least, for demand to outstrip supply. It doesn't often happen in World of Warcraft, but let me be clear. Demand can often outstrip supply, but that never means there is not something to buy. It just means it pushes the price up. And like I said, in that scenario, the people who win the most are the farmers. The ones that actually spend the time going out and getting the materials. Crafters can add margin onto the value of those materials, but often they only take a small slice. They take a small slice of many items. That's where crafters in theory win. Depends what we get for our past achievements. Well, that's true. That's true. If they retrofit a bunch of decor items onto achievements, that's another avenue of entertainment for players, at least, isn't it? It could really spur another rush on people going out and doing old achievements, and greatly benefit those people who've played the game for 20 years and have half of them already. Since recipes can be mass crafted, wouldn't the gold be in buying the old reagents since they nerfed the old world farming on them? It's a valid option. People have already been doing it though. People have been squirreling away materials for months at this point. People have been squirreling mats away for ages. The issue is at this point, people don't know what mats to squirrel away. You can make a semi-educated guess to what you might think might be in demand, but we don't know. It entirely depends on what is needed. It entirely depends what the recipes turn up and be. No reason to not squirrel though if you want to. Prices actually have gone down over the last month. Probably. They seem to spike every time we get like a housing update. You know, every time a blog post or something came out, they took a spike. But now it's been, other than obviously Gamescom recently, which wasn't anything like super hyper mega focused on housing really. We're just kind of in the waiting room for it now. I'll be honest with you lot, I haven't squirreled away anything. But that is mostly because I've been very busy doing other things in the game. And it's something I would predominantly want to sit down and do off stream. Simply for the reason that if I start talking about specific materials and why not, you might want to squirrel them away. There is, what are we looking at now? Like 70 odd people listening. If I even mutter the words, maybe I'll buy some rune cloth. Boom, rune cloth is sold out. I don't want to do that on stream. It doesn't work very well. I've learnt my lesson doing that previously. I've literally had market resets happen out from under my nose. $30 million stock now for me. It's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive. That'd be nearly 100% of all my gold. But Mr. Woorah is significantly richer than I. You heard him, rune cloth is it? Go, go, go. What were they called? Who remembers relics of the past? Who still has gill banks full of rune cloth and mage weave and the likes from flipping BFA? I bet there's some of you out there that still do. Dig that shit out. That's going to be a long-term investment play, isn't it? If that ends up being the case, that'd be funny. My ore's still going strong. Oh, some of the old memes. The fact that I can sit here and reference events that happened like 5+ years ago on stream now is kind of scary to me. Do you think there'll be material vendors in alpha, or do you need to stockpile to be able to test? There'll be vendors in alpha. They'll use the same concept they usually do. They'll just turn on all of the vendors in the capital cities. As long as they actually update what the vendors have to sell. But there's been, don't forget, we're waiting for the public alpha. The internal alpha's been up and running for a few weeks already. So I'd assume the systems and everything are already set up for that, so. People care or want to copy me. The items I'm targeting are in one of the boxes on this page. Saddlebags are the weekly price group Delta recommended. Yeah, we are still sort of like doing some guesstimations. There's two categories. For me, there's two categories that you could focus on. Either you want to squirrel away a whole bunch of stuff that is like generic, stuff that you think could be quite easily used in quantity across a whole wide selection of stuff. I'm thinking like basic cloth, basic leather. These are sorts of things that I reckon could be used in an awful lot of recipes. But the counteract to that is that, well, they're also relatively easy to go out and farm for if you need them as well. Alternatively, you pick things that you might feel are a little bit more specific. Specific gems, for example, to make things, ruby gems to make things shine red or something. Or, I don't know, you could pick things that are a little bit more niche, that are a little bit more difficult to farm for specifically, but may not necessarily also be used in that many recipes. You can kind of look at it two ways. Hence why, I'll say it again, it's all flipping guesswork until we know. Part of the reason why I haven't done any of this myself, because I just haven't sat down and given it the brain power. I went through all the leveling recipes, checked how many times each of the items occurred, then grouped them up into high demand, low demand, then added some extra guesstimate stuff based on what I thought were most likely to be used or be part of a fancy house stuff recipe. Yeah, see, that's the big brain plays that I just haven't done. I just haven't done that kind of that 500 IQ level shit. It's exactly what I would do if I sat down and tried to do it, but I simply haven't. Posting on these realms seems a bit silly. These guys have got nothing to sell. These guys have had other jobs, so they've not ended up with a bunch of inventory to sell. Hoping my massive stock of a lich set of giant growth is going to be used when you want to super size housing items. Super size those cock statues outside the front of your house, yeah. Because bigger is better. It's going to be so fun if they just add new mats to previous expansions for housing. Well, they are. They've already said that there's like lumber that's coming in some way, shape, or form. And I do genuinely believe that it will be this lumber that will be like a bottleneck material. I'm semi-convinced at this point that lumber is going to be a bind-on warband style material. I'm not convinced lumber's going to be farmable and tradable. I think it'll be, if you want to craft decor items, you are going to need to go out by yourself and go and get this. But I also think they're going to let anybody just go and get it. So even if you are doing the crafting, if you are collecting the recipes, if you are trying to acquire... Did I just click log out? What a donut. If you are trying to acquire all the recipes and do the crafting, you might also need to be responsible for going out and getting some lumber as well. I'm almost convinced they will make that non-tradable. Blizzard doesn't have much of an incentive to make decor too difficult to get. And in fact, from a business perspective, they'd be better off making it as easy as possible to get. But at the same time, they still want players to have to chase after something. Otherwise, there's no gameplay there. So I think adding this new lumber style material, which may come in many forms, there might be a specific type of wood from each expansion, for example. I think that this is going to be a material that you're going to have to go get yourself. Which is good, though, because that effort that you have to put in means that it will be worth something, at least. Housing Renown track is where Blizzard are going to make most of the money. Well, we've already seen rough screenshots, mock-up screenshots of what might be happening in the store. When you press escape and when you go to shop, there is likely to be a tab here that is going to be housing, and within that there is going to be an absolutely monstrous amount of microtransaction possibility. Like you have never seen. Trust me when I say like you have never seen. If you think coming to like pets and mounts and having a few pages here is like a lot of microtransaction stuff, you wait until they start selling you a blue sofa for $5. It's coming. Coming. And annoyingly, in today's market, it would be business negligent of them to not do it. That's the issue with this whole thing. That as far as the gaming industry is concerned right now, they would be absolutely batshit level crazy to not do it. Did you know, by the way, I found this out the other day. This is probably only rough napkin maths, and this probably isn't totally true. But America is responsible for about 70% of all microtransactions. Like Team NA is absolutely batshit crazy for spending on that sort of stuff. Which, when you think about that in a bit of detail, you can quickly correlate to maybe why the token is and has always been significantly cheaper. Team NA. They are just so much more accustomed to microtransactions. And having to spend for everything. So much so that they can't help themselves. No one tell Orange Man the US is subsidizing gaming for the rest of the world. 30% tariffs on Blizzard. Oh, funny because it's true. That man is such a fraud. Such an absolute fraud. Right, okay. We have, or I have at least. Is it cringe when streamers say we? It kind of is, isn't it? I do it a lot myself. I kind of catch myself doing it from time to time. I kind of say it in jest more than being totally serious about it. What do you mean? We are one entity? We are but one. Feel the force. Right, let's fly in a circle for a minute, decide what I need to do. We need to jump back on the mage, don't we? To continue inscription. I've literally just done it again. It's just force of habit. Let's hop on the old Majoroo. I think I'm up to BFA inscription now. It's the damn Americans' fault that we have microtransactions in every game now. No, it's general corporate greed across the board. I don't think you can pin that on any specific nation. If one country sells significantly more drugs, you tend not to blame the victims, do you? You blame the people who are selling the drugs. At least that's the way I look at it. So, I tinkered with Inscription a little bit yesterday. I continued a little bit off stream also. I've managed to get Classic, Outland, Northrend, Cataclysm, Pandaria, Draenor, and Legion done. That means we have BFA and Shadowlands still to do for Inscription. Then we will have completed the set. Zygor has done a pretty solid job for me so far. So I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt and keep listening to what he has to say. I do need to get shot of some shit from the inbox, from the bags though, before we go too much further.
I have many lucky doos. You like?
What can I just get rid of that I really don't need? All of this rubbish. Gonna try and sell that. Oh, I was in Legion and I randomly got a legendary drop for my mage, which I thought was quite funny. None of these really have any value in any way, shape or form. Now I could try and sell these old glyphs, but I'm going to be brutally honest, for the 50 odd gold I might get for them, and the fact that I might have to list them 50 times to sell the flipping things, I can't be bothered. For 50 gold, I'm just going to put them in the bin. Volatile crystals. Wow, merchant doesn't even want those. Hard to visit Legion and not get a Lego to drop. Oh, is it? I mean, that goes to show how long it's been since I've been in Legion properly then. Like, we got some bonus pigments knocking about here that I should get rid of, but rid of all of these cards. Random ass inks and stuff. We'll sell the inks and stuff. That's not a problem whatsoever. Kind of useful to have. Single pigments we just get rid of. These decks, we'll get rid of these as well. Off you trot. Okay, that'll do for now. That's going to have cleaned things up a little bit.
May your feet
Right,
good.
Zandalari Inscription. Let's go. Why the Christ is it taking me to the Undermine? Oh, Zygor, you be clever. I suddenly realised how it's getting me to Zandalari lands. It's telling me to take the portal from here. Quick portal to the Kaja coast. Clever.
Well, well, well.
I'd have never thought about that myself. Oh, that's the wrong one. Shit. Reverse. Back it up.
What now?
It's this one, isn't it?
Welcome to the
I didn't follow the arrow properly. Should that stop popping up every time I have a flipping load screen? It'd have been even clever if it said no, that, not that one. Well, it does give me a whacking great big arrow that I did choose to ignore, so it's kind of on me. I cannot really remember BFA inscription in any way, shape or form. Even though back in the day, it made me a pretty penny. We're dealing with 3 different types of flipping pigments, and I actually believe that we probably need to craft some Dark Moon cards to level this to 100. Oh, it's not even 100, is it? It's 175. Okay, hopefully in the past few years since BFA, they've tweaked and they've tuned the leveling process for this so it's not gross. I guess I'll find out now, won't I? One thing I will say is I've never done this from the Horde perspective.
Do you want something?
Hydrocore, Sanguicells, and Tomes. Okay. By 900 distilled summon of others.
Give my regards to the throne.
Distilled water. 900 apparently. So Zygel says. Ultramarine pigments. Oh yeah. Ultramarine, something else, and then the green one that you made cards into. Use your milling ability on Coltirus or Zoldazar herbs to accomplish this. Oh, Zygor, you could have at least reminded me what those flipping herbs were. Oh, Christ, I can't flipping remember. Is there in TSM, by the way, I can't believe I'm asking this question. Is there a destroy advanced item search thing? I can't remember how you do it. You can type something clever in here. It's like... It's like destroy and then something, and you can do a search just for making ultramarine pigment. Can't remember how you do it. It's not clear or obvious how you do it. Maybe it's not worth trying to wrestle with. Okay. Already I've decided we're going to take a little bit of a look at this. Okay. Have a little look here. BFA. Ultramarine, Crimson, and Viridescent. Yeah, there we go. There's the 3. Anchorweed, Akuna's Bite, Winter's Kiss, Sea Stalk, Star Moss, Siren's Pollen, Riverbud. You need about 900 ultramarine inks, 550 crimson inks, and about 50 viridescents to reach 145. So since milling gives points up to 25, you should mill around 100 to 150 of one single herb, then turn all of your pigments into inks until you reach 50. Do not mill more herbs than you need to reach 50, because then you unlock mass milling at 50, which will also give you skill up points to 80. You can buy the light parchment, the distilled water, and the acacia powder from the scribe vendor near your trainer. Okay. Okay. Roger. Let's see which of the herbs are 5 gold apiece. 5 gold apiece. We're going to see a common pattern here. 4 gold, 30 apiece. 4 gold apiece. 4 gold apiece. Okay, Siren's Pollen it is then. How are you doing, Mr. Norton? Welcome in. Morning, good morning. Okay, well, if you're going to pop up, go over there. 30 ultramarine inks. According to Google, it's the shopping tab in TSM that you search for pigments, and TSM will automatically compare pigment prices and the prices of the herbs that give you that pigment. Maybe it's like this. You have the auction house open here with TSM, and you go browse, and I, for example, let's say we go. No, shift clicking on ultramarine pigment / exact. If I do it without the / exact, ultramarine pigment / crafting. Ah, there we go. Okay. There we go. Thank you. I knew there was a way to do it. Knew it was a thing, I just couldn't remember. Years and years and years of tinkering with TSM, I kind of have vague memories of these little bonus snippets of love, but I can never really remember what they are. Okay. Now we know, though. That's cool. Just put / crafting at the end of an item, and it'll give you... Yeah, that's cool. I knew there was some into it. Green scroll of unlocking. Okay, this isn't how WoW Professions is claiming we do. But let's
And which lower do you bargain
do a
with?
compare and contrast. Collect ultramarine, more ultramarine pigments. Wait, why have we got a quest for that? Where the Christ did we get a quest for that? Hate BFA professions? Been a long time since I've done them. I might grow to hate them though in a minute. 'Tis possible. Will we see crafted decor before midnight? Yes. Yeah, 11:27. Um, 11:27 is going to bring all the decor stuff in. And simultaneously, if you have pre-purchased midnight, you will get access to play with your player housing. Otherwise, you'll have to wait till midnight. And then everybody gets it, quote unquote, for free. This is the funny thing, right? You're going to be able to engage with decor and you're going to be able to build a house without actually even owning midnight. So look at all of the players who don't have the current expansion right now. We see a lot of them in the goblin communities because there's a lot of them that are desperately trying to seek ways to either buy the current expansion or to continue cover the cost of quote unquote playing for free without buying the expansion or having access to the current expansion stuff. All of those players eventually will be able to play with housing as well. Scrolls of unlocking. Did you do any Season 2 prep? How did it go? Leveling up Dragonflight professions is the worst. Still working on 3 professions, missing knowledge points. Oh, well, I'm lucky. Dragonflight stuff I did during Dragonflight. But yeah, trying to retroactively do Dragonflight stuff is going to be grim. Mass mill Akunda's bite. It's very specific.
Do you know who I am? Zandala forever.
Willing to trust you here, Zygo. It was all give or take the same price anyway, wasn't it? What was it called? Reach level 75. Wow, Dash Professions is suggesting 50 to 80. Use the mass mill spell that you learned from your trainer to mass mill any of the herbs. You will use the pigments to make the inks, and then use the inks to level up inscription. So these are basically free skill points. You'll need to mill around 1,000 herbs to reach 80. But after you reach 80, you can stop milling the herbs and just buy the inks from the auction house. It's cheaper than making the inks. Make war scrolls of battle shouts if you don't want to mill the herbs. Okay. Well, I've still got a bunch of Sirens pollen. That should now be enough herbs. Do these guarantee skill points up to 75 maybe? Luckily I have all the old professions maxed, but I need to go around collecting missing recipes. I mean, there's no, as far as Decor is concerned, there's no real reason to have all of the old recipes, I don't think. That's just a purely solo achievement, really, to get them all. I do a little bit of that from time to time, but it's purely for my own pleasure, not for any other reason. Go 75. Did you already give your 2 cents about quality materials being partly removed? Yeah. The TLDR is, it makes sense for them to trim down the qualities because half of them are quite easily useless. But I'm going to throw it out there and say that it being such an unbelievably weak source, you know, Taliesin splurging something in the middle of one of his rant style videos is not going to pique my interest all that much. I will sooner wait until we get the midnight alpha and then we can have a look at it properly. From what I understood, it affects crafts, not materials. If you watch the clip, there is nothing to be understood about what was said. It was basically the definition of a passing comment that was probably half lost in translation. The TLDR, and the only thing you should take away from it, is that they are looking to simplify the professions. One of the ways they're likely to do this is by changing the ranks. How they end up being changed, we will have to wait and see. I'm actually semi-tempted to scrap all of the pigments and just buy the inks. Because these ultramarine inks are probably free on the auction house. 280 of them literally cost me less than 300 gold just to buy them. And it's going to be quicker than waiting 10 minutes for the damn things to craft. How many do I need? 280. Would much rather spend 400 gold than spend 10 minutes of my life waiting for the damn things to craft. Oh, probably the same with crimson pigments as well. Crimson inks. Oh no, you see now they're 20 gold apiece. That's a different story. Briefly looked at the Wowhead article. If they kill ingenuity crafting, I need to come up with a new plan for the start of the expansion. Wonder what they're cooking with changes to Legion Remix. Yeah, the TL. I mean, the only thing we can really draw from it now is that they are changing the system again. How they change it and in what way they change it. We're in no rush. We're in no rush. Like I said, we haven't even had an alpha for the new expansion yet, so we're in no rush. There's plenty of time to figure this shit out. A very brief, broken, loosely translated passing comment from Taliesin is not going to get my knickers in a twist about anything. Just have 2 ranks, a lesser and a greater. That seems to be relatively sensible, at least for end result crafted items, because that's realistically what it sums down to these days anyway. People either want the best or they want the cheapest. Everything else is just fluff. And as it stands at the moment, the best is quality 5 and the cheapest is often also quality 5 because there's so many crafters these days. But yeah, the best or the cheapest is realistically all people want. Blizzard kind of missed the boat a little bit. They didn't get this quite right. They made the cost of recrafting gear far too goddamn expensive. The fact that it's literally 50% of the crafting cost to recraft an item means you only need to recraft it twice and you've basically bought the item again anyway. Which, when people were sort of reluctant, especially at the beginning of the expansion, spending 20, 30, 40, 50,000 gold crafting a weapon because of the cost of like ingots and stuff, it was significantly costly enough that people were absolutely going to get it right first time. And if they didn't get it right first time because they accidentally put it for a public order and then it came back at quality 3, they were then pissed and never made that mistake again. If they'd made recrafting a fraction of the cost, like not 50%, but like 10%, you might have seen more recrafts happen. The only real significant advantage of recrafting is, you know, that you get to use your same spark and whatever, but like by the end of the season, people are rolling in those even, so it's like they kind of didn't quite get recrafting right, in my opinion. Right, we need to make some contracts. Does it really matter which ones we make? Probably not. They're all the same. Do they all use the same materials? They all use the same materials. 10 of these will get us to 85. The Honor Bound? Who the fuck is that? Contract with the Honor Bound? How do I not even know who that faction is? Dark Moon card of War rank 1. Oh god. I knew we had to make Dark Moon cards.
Do you know who I am? I pray we chose our allies.
Right, acacia powders. Let's see if Okay, this is interesting. Zygor and WoW Profession seem to have two very distinct routes for leveling this now. Let me cast my eyes on it and decide what I think is a smart play. Zygor is about to try and get me to make cards. I can see it coming.
I specialize in fine
Acacia powder,
ingredients.
180. Is it? Collect 127 viridescent pigments. Is that in order to make viridescent inks? Make 180 viridescent inks. Yeah, Zygor's about to try and make cards, but cards is going to require me to get expulsum, surely. But surely it can't be doing that. They're the pigments. I will humour it temporarily just to see what it's going on about. Collect 15 expulsums. Yeah, you can get bent if you think I'm doing expulsums. Sorry, Zygor, you've lost me now. Absolutely not. Zygor for years never used it for professions. Does it walk you through every single profession, old and new? It does. It's not 100% reliable, as we can see here. It is likely to showcase you a path to completion, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's the most optimal. Like right here, right now, telling me to get 15 expulsums is something I'm absolutely not going to do. Because it's trying to get me to make Dark Moon cards to level up, which I will point out, back probably when this guide for Zygor was wrote, was the correct way of doing it, because you would sell the Dark Moon cards and recover a lot of the cost. Whereas today, though, doing this is a bag of dicks. Although, apparently, somehow, I do have 100 expulsum on this character in my bank. So I am actually willing to go the Zygor route here, just by proxy of the fact that I magically do have a lot of expulsum on this character for some reason. Otherwise, I would be following WoW Dash Professions, which is telling me basically mass craft these like an absolute moron. Mark that as complete then. Create 15 Dark Moon cards of war. To reach skill 100. I just wonder where it's going to take me past 100. Oh, it's the Horde version of the 7th Legion, is it? Oh, okay, thank you. That's why it baffled me. Because I'd only ever done BFA from the Alliance perspective. Train Dark Moon card rank 2.
And which lower do you bargain with?
And then craft a fuckload more of them. Okay, I see where this is going. I see where this is going. Can do cooking and fishing. I've done cooking, and I've mostly done fishing. I need to do some Shadowlands fishing and a little bit of current expansion fishing, but they're also done.
I have many, many wares. Good
Imagine
fortune
only
to
playing
my
half the
friends.
game. I know, shocking, right? Iridescent inks times a fuckload. Is it 450? Okay, I've kind of I kind of cracked the code by having 100 expulsums on this character for some reason. It shouldn't necessarily be this easy to level inscription. Only because I was lucky and had a bunch of expulsum that I don't really care about on this toon anyway. I'll come to regret burning all of these on leveling inscription, I'm sure, but... we might even end up making a complete set out of this, would be funny. Oh shit, how many am I meant to be making? Get up to 145. I'll get too carried away here. Do you think fishing and cooking can make decor? No idea. No idea. There is a chance. 7, 28, 9. Where are we going? 145. These are still guaranteed skill points. Oh, we're only one card away from making a complete set here. 10 more tries. Be fun to go back to trading cards for Dark Moon decks. I liked Dark Moon decks back in the day. It was a fun mini game at the beginning of every expansion. A bit sad that it's not a thing anymore, in my opinion. Ah, never lucky. Never lucky. We're 1 away from completing the Tides deck. 2 away from completing the Squalls deck. 1 away from completing the Fathoms deck. The Fathoms deck was the one that made money back in the day, wasn't it? 2 away from finishing a Blockades deck. They'll probably all just get put in the bin anyway. Right, now we need to complete a quest. You can continue to make contracts, but I'd recommend switching to Dark Moon cards because you will only get skill points for every 2 to 3 crafts from the contracts. And you should have some viridescent ink for milling anyway. You will need some expulsum to craft the Dark Moon cards. So check out this guide on how to get expulsum. You're revered with the Tortolan Seekers. You can buy the rank 3 Dark Moon card of War. This recipe costs fewer viridescent ink. Well, we couldn't care less about the cost of viridescent ink. 145 to 175. We got to do the Najatar shit. 100 maroon inks. Mill Bunther the Xenanthid. Okay. That means we need to do this. Use the Najatar leveling guide to accomplish this. Now, there is a chance that I've actually done this. Najatar... Maybe I haven't unlocked Najatar on this character. Catching the rare fish, mounting them on the wall, maybe. I mean, cooking, you know, anything like kitchen related, got to come from cooking, right? Surely. Surely there'll be decor items with cooking. Who knows? They might even be the ones that make kitchen counters or like decorative feasts or anything along those lines.
moving.
That's not the right quest. Right quest at all, is it? Maybe I've never done Najatar unlock on this character. Imagine they make Decor work orders only and not auction houseable. I do suspect there will be some stuff that they will throw into the work order system. They still have this bone about them that they really want people to use that crooked ass system that nobody really likes. Hopefully that might change.
I have taken the liberty of assembling a team for you. Retrieve my prize.
Hopefully it will change, but I probably have unlocked Najatar and done all of this, but the problem is I'd have done it whilst this character was Alliance once upon a time. Shouldn't take more than 5 minutes to unlock Najatar though, right, surely?
Out with it. For the Dark Lady, I have a potion.
Complete a scenario? Oh, flipping lord.
Don't drink it just yet.
No, not skip it. Maybe not. Maybe this is what we need to do. That is very close to my chair.
Listen closely.
Why wouldn't blacksmithing make the kitchen counter? Well, yeah, we don't know. We don't know how they're going to distribute it. I'm very sure that Blizzard will try and crowbar something into all of the professions, even if it doesn't naturally make perfect sense. They will just do it so that every profession has something to chase after. Now, if that extends to the secondary professions as well, I wouldn't be too surprised. So yeah, I suspect fishing and cooking will have something to do. I find it very hard to believe that archaeology won't have something to do.
Get to that ship once you have the prisoners.
I mean, archaeology seems to go hand in hand with decor, surely. Collecting relics and trophies and all sorts of stuff for literally decorations.
I'll find you. Good luck.
Could even be that multiple professions can make the same item possible. My house needs a first aid station. I mean, I can't necessarily say that that's the route they'll go, but
Whoever we breaking out, the humans not be taking chances. I be going on ahead to find the prisoners. Watch me back.
We will draw their attention. Be careful.
oh no, wait, hang on. Am I so high level that I don't even aggro these things now?
You better be taking this. Hey, what you got, boss? Come back if you need me help. Don't be
Oh,
getting mixed
hold
up
on.
in the
Good
voodoo.
luck.
What would you ask?
Gone sour, Fang. Out you come.
I have lost track of the time I have sat.
Definitely didn't expect to be doing this morning.
It matters not in the end.
But turns out if we want to finish leveling Inscription, we are going to need to have access to
Make sure you know the difference.
proper
between
access to
loyalty and honor,
Najata.
and pray that you never have to choose.
You're not be coming with us.
We both know you are not here for me. Those you seek are down the hall.
I see. If you are certain, High Overlord.
I am Loktar.
Come. This way.
Our escort arrives.
These locks aren't very locked, are they? Security in this place is pretty poor.
Tells me you are allies.
And if only Epstein had this level of
I be
security.
knowing you. You be that snake that...
We have come on behalf of the Horde. I am Thalysra, and this is Rokon.
We now just escape.
Greetings will have to wait.
Lock it down!
This way!
That would be a mistake. It is the other way.
You best be right, Zul.
So glad I don't have to worry about all of this. It was such a pain to level up everything. Apart from my archaeology, I'm not touching that. Well, because you've said that, you do realise now that the most money will be made in archaeology just to spite you. That is how shit works, you know. Doesn't matter the 500 hours of effort you put into doing something. It's the 1 hour effort you didn't put into something that will come to bite you in the ass.
Someone stop them.
Almost guaranteed.
The city is stirring. We cannot let...
Alright, stay close. I be keeping us hidden. Long as no one does anything stupid. Just give the word, man.
Attention, citizens of Stormwind! Horde infiltrators have breached the stockades. Civilians are to remain in their homes until the threat has been subdued. By order of the king.
Going on holiday for a few days, so it'll have to wait. Yeah, I'm away for the weekend as well.
Continue.
Luckily, we got plenty of time. Plenty of time. Schedule might start to get a little bit busy from next week.
Hey, move quick.
But I still think before we get housing, for the most part, there's plenty of time to knock this stuff out in the... A bit of remix, a bit of alpha might get in the way, but outside of those two,
Let's cross
there's
the bridge.
let's be
Unless
real,
you're
season
proud
3
to
isn't going to
carry a
keep people
problem
busy for
with
that long.
Do not worry. We will know if his life is in danger.
I've also seen lots of people turning around and saying that this season's like
Now.
raiding is just easier. People seem to be progressing through the raid at a much faster pace.
Remain alert.
Now, I can't really
SI-7
comment with
has
much
informed us
confidence
that
because
the
I haven't
enemy
done it,
emerged
but
near the keep. They cannot have gone far. Your vigilance
also makes me think
safeguards
that more people will be quote-unquote done sooner.
Yeah, a little more warning would have been nice.
Clearly, you did not need it.
We'll not be stopping again till we get to the docks. Say, let's
Go, go, go.
Stay together.
Runs smoother, bosses are better, mechanics-wise, I mean. You're preferring it, are you? I mean, I generally heard pretty good things from those who smashed their way through the Galagio.
Not soiling himself. It may be nothing.
At the end of the day, though, Blizzard's raid design is always kind of do we really think that this game would be as successful as it still is today if it wasn't for the raids? It's literally the bread and butter.
The barrier will not hold.
It's kind of the glue that's held this game together literally forever. Mythic Plus has come along, and PvP's always been a thing, and you know there's been other stuff that's kept people busy, but the raid is the glue. I know die-hard Mythic Plus fans will probably argue differently, but
We got to get back to the canals. Follow me.
You will want to wait here.
What is it now? I have known the Horde to be cruel and heartless, ruthless in its pursuit of victory.
Jaina,
But this is folly.
ain't got much health on her now.
Die here, and an
You think we can
unmarked
pew-pew her?
grave will be all you have to show for it.
We cannot
Probably
fight
one-shot her,
her.
couldn't we? Oh no. Haha. Maybe you can't one-shot her.
Pathetic.
You had to try. You had to try. I can't just fly my ass out of here, surely. She's just going to graveyard camp you now? Maybe.
You are mine.
The harbor. We must press forward.
Well, this is a fine mess we're in.
Don't be.
I think he's meant to kill me, isn't he?
You are mine.
I think he's actually meant to kill me.
Now let's move. On your mark.
Bought the tier 3 priest boots from the black market auction house last night. 4 of 8 now, getting there slowly. I'll let you into a little secret. I still don't have my full tier 3 set, even on my hunter.
Pathetic.
Ah, she gonna fuck me up now, isn't she? Ah, damn. I'm getting graveyard camped. I run around the other side. No. Move! Move! Have I ballsed it? Cheeky invis?
Thrown a spine, have you? Ha! Watch your step. It seems the Alliance's consummate diplomat will not be taking prisoners.
Right, let's bring you back here then, because I'm clearly going to get camped again. I need you to not be standing there. Stupid game. Imagine not being able to solo a BFA boss.
Let this old wolf show you his
Why the Christ am I doing this on a mage? Hang on, just spam the flipping one button. Call it a day. Do you think there'll be a player house reward cosmetic to get the tier 3 set, as it's a feat of strength achievement? It's they tried to do this way back in the day with garrisons, where you could have like a display stand for your favorite transmog and stuff. It is very plausible that something like that happens. That you'll be able to have like display dummies or something that will be able to showcase sets that you've completed or something, or even ones that you haven't completed that you're working on. So maybe, don't know.
That is far enough!
She has cut off our escape!
Let's move!
If you're actually playing a mage, what's going on? Only because it's my scribe. My mage is my scribe.
Their forces must have returned from Lordaeron.
I need to finish leveling up BFA Inscription. And apparently, from a Horde perspective, I've never unlocked Nazjatar on this dude, so... I got to do a few basic bits and pieces. I'm probably doing more than I actually need to do here, but... I don't mind doing some stuff again, it's fine.
Wait here.
I wonder if there'll be some decor, something like a big pile of gold and gems that you can just buy from a vendor for like gold cap or something. That'd be quite funny. I mean, even when we first found out we were getting housing, one of the very first things I said is I want player housing to bleed me dry. I want player housing to be an absolutely disgusting gold sink for players. Because it kind of does fit nicely in the category of status symbol items, which don't really necessarily have all that much value to anybody other than the person that really has them. Which puts them in the category of super duper mega rich goblins will buy them just because they can. And they can slap a big golden toilet in the front of their garden or whatever. But at the end of the day, those players that don't have huge amounts of gold won't look at it like something like a 5 million gold longboy and say, I really must have that. You know, a really good solid gold sink for the mega rich goblins, but on stupid stuff that doesn't really matter to most other people. And this is the only thing, as kind of weird as this sounds, this is the only thing that sort of, in my mind, semi-justifies like the microtransactions that are going to happen with this. If you can turn your gold into tokens, into Blizzard Balance, use Blizzard Balance to buy all the cosmetics off the store for your decor stuff, in a way, it does make player housing a massive, great big gold sink. It's just a few steps in the process, you know?
Seeing as how this is my ship, I think you will need to adjust your plans.
We can discuss it underway.
Which is kind of the theory I suspect them to go with Decor to make it a gold sink. It'll be a gold sink via the token, right? They will want to make sure that they make plenty of money out of it.
Of the Horde, let us pay my father a visit. Zul, we will speak later. I fight to protect those who cannot protect themselves.
Toilet giveaway on stream?
Loa watch over you.
Toilet giveaway. We need to complete the A Way Home Nazjatar quest. I think I need to finish this one first. Won't spend a dime for my 100 mil. Gold means Battle.net sweet Euro balance. Well, if Battle.net sweet balance can translate into $2.99 for a fancy looking sofa or a, you know, a new wallpaper for your decor, you'll all of a sudden have a lot more things to spend your Blizzard balance on. That's kind of the point. I can't remember where I saw this, but I did see some sneak preview of like a mock-up shop for player housing where everything is categorized and you'll be able to click through the categories and they'll be like $1.99 too. You know it's going to happen. Like, you know they will sell you absolutely everything, and there will be players that will literally spend hundreds.
You are sworn to protect
thousands even, given the opportunity to.
Then I must look for someone who will.
Do you think Alpha will have updated professions? Probably. Probably.
But he is most observant. I would wager he already knows of your role in freeing me from Stormwind.
I do not think they'll have fully fleshed out complete professions, but Alpha will definitely showcase the next expansion's profession stuff, yeah. Scrooge McDuck gold pile to dive into, yeah. Yeah, I saw the thing about the ranks. We spoke about it a few times already. TLDR. I don't care until I see it. It's fun to speculate on, but we'll see it on the alpha soon anyway.
Be you predator or prey. Rezan grant you strength.
Speak your business.
What's going on here? How am I inviting myself to a group?
Favor you. My life for the throne.
Hang on, I'm busy.
What do you ask of the crown?
Need a playable duck race too. Duck mount first. Let's get the mount first. Don't know about the don't know about the playable race, but let's get the mount first, shall we? One step at a time.
You need only signal them.
Lo-Fi, how we doing? Welcome in. Have you put the Mantheus on NA to rest? Well, I mean, the account is still mine. It hasn't got game time, and I haven't played it for a while. Been far too busy with my EU account. More rooster mounts. I think that's probably one of the only mounts still that is prestigious and super cool and that I would like. But I have no real idea how I would ever get it. Because even in terms of gold value, that flipping rooster mount probably goes for 30-40 mil these days, doesn't it?
Come, hero. Let me show you around.
I wouldn't even know. Use the wife's credit card. As I mentioned earlier, her money is my money and vice versa. Meaning, we don't have... Whilst we do have our own separate... I'm not going to go into the finances of my personal life too much here, but like, you know, we're married. We come as a pair.
I'm listening.
You can find your Nightborn friend in the Hall of Ancient Paths. Come see me when you are done looking around.
Princess Talanji was kind enough to inform us of an old portal network we might be able to tap into.
For the Horde.
Go to Landro and Booty Bay, put the doggo on the keyboard, let them guess the code by typing randomly. Enough monkeys, enough keyboards. We're going that strategy, are we?
Champion, you seem to be on
I
the
think there's
right
a strong
track
chance
to
you'd
gain the trust of the Zandalar.
a strong chance you'd get banned before you guess the code.
Times change, and so must the Zandalari. Zandalar will endure.
We serve as caretakers of this world.
I will do whatever I must to keep my people safe.
Don't really need these quests, but who knows? We might do some of this.
Change, and so must the Zandalari. Vengeance for the fallen.
Do you want something?
No, not you. Wait, where is it? Upstairs. Top of the building.
It is good to be the king.
Right, I'm sure that's enough now
Go clean
to
it
get
up.
this one, surely.
As you will it, it will be so. Only, I have foreseen that Voljamba will not die by my hand.
Then take our new speaker with you and be done with it.
Ah, yes. They have proven themselves useful.
Maybe not. Magic Rooster is in the game files for the trading post, so just be patient. That's well, they have usually dished out an old school trading card game mount on an expansion launch as well. What have we had? We've had flipping Fell Pigeon previously, haven't we? It's kind of surprising they didn't save that one for Midnight's launch, to be fair, but like, there's always a chance. Right, let me grab a drink quickly, and I need to do it without running over a puppy right under my feet. Well, the puppy's hiding right now. She's out of way. Found someone in the store yesterday I've not had in absolutely years. Cherry Coke. Cans of Cherry Coke, nonetheless. I don't usually drink Coke these days, but I was intrigued. Heard a can pop, sounded like a Coke. I was, I was simply intrigued. Legion inscription questline. I don't really need that anymore, do I? Played lately a very old game, Ragnarok Online. How cool would it be if we had something like a little shop in the neighborhood? You put items in for some price and people can buy it without even being online. Well, this concept, the reality is we kind of, we have the auction house, which is the scenario where you can do exactly that. But it's, you know, it's linked up with everybody else's mini shop. I would state that the auction house is a better scenario to that. better solution to that scenario either way.
And not much at that.
If you had seen what I have, you would do the same. Come inside. I will show you.
I have words for my old student.
I really don't want to have to do all of this unless I actually need to.
That answer to him.
The word of Zol. I'm pretty sure I should be able to get to Nazjatar quicker and easier than this, but I do vaguely remember this intro quest line needing to be done. The quest you need to get to Nazjatar is called Send the Fleet. You'll be able to get it from... Well, I've only got the word of Zul right now. I'd point out that under normal circumstances, this whole process is probably easier. This is a character that once upon a time did all of this, but from the Alliance perspective, they have race changed, and race changing fucks up everything. Really annoyingly so. Everything that should just work the way it's meant to often doesn't with race changing. Which is why I don't recommend it to anybody. I only don't recommend it to people based upon my own experience of it fucking everything up, annoyingly. I don't mind doing some of this anyway. It's kind of a nice little reminder of times gone past. And like I said, I didn't actually do a huge amount of this content way back in the day from a Horde perspective, so there's a very strong chance I've just never done half of this, which is why I'm actually having to do it the first time and don't get skips and all this sort of silly thing.
Hello, man. Spirits be with you, man.
Why click something inside the building? Hello? Voodoo totems? Am I meant to be waiting for somebody? Oh wow, there's other people doing it. What's that about? Like how they do in PoE 2, people come to your base and buy items directly from your stash. That theory sounds good until you realise it really only benefits streamers and content creators. It creates a very weird, almost crooked scenario where streamers can just thirst trap their audience into buying shit from them at a premium. Now, I'm sure it's entirely possible if you're a big enough content creator to get people to cherry pick your items off the auction house even, but having your own personal mini shop, like I said, see, in my opinion, yeah, it would be novel, but it seems like a step back from what we already have. Free signed photo with every purchase. I mean, in Shadowlands, for example, you know, I used to joke that come get your legendaries with the made by Manthias tag on them. Yeah, totally stupid, totally pointless, but or just buy your own auctions to inflate the sales, like every good YouTuber. Not that different from viewbotting on Twitch, is it really? Which apparently is a a significant thing these days.
I have foreseen what you will say, so please, get it over with quickly.
I'm not quite sure why so many people are surprised that view botting is rampant on Twitch, though.
Speak.
It's been pretty clear and obvious to me for years that view botting has been flipping out of control on this platform.
Jamba promised.
I remember years ago there was a character called Prada that was selling bags for a premium. That's just funny though. That's like clever. Come get your Prada bags, yeah. Yeah, there's part of me that just kind of thinks that, I respect the hustle in that scenario.
My friend here, however.
The vision goes like, get away! Do not touch it!
What can we do to prep for Decor? Well, I'm busy leveling up all of my past expansion professions. The last day or so, I've been working on Inscription.
This is important.
So, getting your... I mean, Blizzard even told us to go out and do this, to be honest. They literally said it in the blog post. Maybe spend this downtime before housing leveling up your old professions. They literally told us to do it, so I'm going to go out and do it. Luckily, most of it I already had done anyway, but there's a couple of professions I have gaps. So, I'm finishing off Zuldazari, BFA, Inscription right now. But I need to get this character into Najatar to do the final bit, which apparently is something I've never done before.
Lower above, just let me finish! Shadows twist the strings of fate, bending the Empire to its will. In the end, even the great king will be made to...
Betrayal.
I wonder if we can sell for gold our housing schematics.
That is a properly dramatic...
Well, I do think for the system to really thrive, there needs to be, and there is apparently already some import-export style something. Now, import-export feature might work very much like, you know, I can go into edit mode and I can go export, share, you know, I can share my UI and stuff like that, and somebody just pastes a code in their client and gets the same. It might be rudimentary and basic along those lines at the moment. I do wonder how it's going to work, though, when everybody's Decor collection is different. What if, you know, what if your export has a huge amount of stuff that the person importing it doesn't have? What happens? Does it just not place those items? Does it grayscale them out? Does it give those players a tooltip when you hover over said grayscale item to say, you need this item, go get it this way, go buy it from the auction house, or go buy it from the store, or whatever? How are they going to do this? Are they going to simply make it so that you can't import something if you don't have the items? We don't know. But sharing schematics, sharing designs, sharing blueprints will definitely elongate the lifespan of housing, I think. They removed mining whilst static flying. Undetected. Have they actually? Jesus. There was some shenanigans with that, though. There was some shenanigans with that people were able to get ore nodes to force respawn and to glitch out, or to not despawn, to be more precise. So it was probably bugged, and they've just disabled it until they can fix whatever bug it is. Or they'll have just disabled it to never bother fixing the bug. Is also another strong possibility.
survive.
Would be nice to have a means of rewarding the creative types. There's already a strong suspicion that, like, much like boosting, a service that will turn up will be, you know, decorator. It's been proven to be something that works, or exists at least, in other games. So there's no real reason that I can't see it happening in WoW. It all just depends on whether the tools are there to do it, you know, in a reasonable way. And that's on Blizzard at the end of the day. Star Wars Online has a ranking for housing? Oof, Jesus, that gets dangerous. I know New World had a ranking or a score for your player housing. And the silly thing was is people would just spam their house full of the one thing that gave the biggest score. It didn't actually really quantify. It wasn't done well. Let's put it that way. It was not done well. Then lots of things about New World were not done particularly well. The Star Wars is based upon player feedback and not the items. Yeah, I'm very sure there are smarter ways of doing it.
I will never submit. But I was chosen.
I think you need to watch the interview with the devs from Taliesin and Evertel. They asked the same question about importing and exporting. We're so close to being able to see it firsthand. Like, I'm not scouring the internet for snippets of interviews anymore. Blizzard have done goofed with the with announcing all of this stuff. I'd rather just wait until we can see it with our own eyes.
Now set the urn near the archway.
No disrespect to any of the creators that, you know, did their interviews and stuff, but Blizzard handled it so badly.
Move it a little to the left. Good. Now, switch out one of Voljamba's potions with the one I gave you. It will be the first one you set your eyes on. No second guessing it now. Come here. It is time. I have seen many great events of our time, and at each you have been present. Curious.
I wonder at what point I go back here and just have the quest be there.
You delivered your
I'm tempted to go back and just have a look.
It's time to face your fate.
We both know I will not die by your hand. You cannot stop me.
You are right. I will not. But my friend will.
You are not ahead of me, old man. It is you who will die here.
Oh, hang on. Send the fleet. Maybe the quest is there now. Maybe I've unlocked enough of this zone for the quest to be there.
No,
I probably did from the word go, didn't I? But
not my time.
I think people have tried to tell me this.
How did he know?
A pity I was not able to teach him the most. Let old Rastakhan know. I will return in my own time.
I can't do it on my new alt for some reason. Oh, the mining whilst steady flying. Yeah, I suspect that was because it was busted in some way, shape or form.
Zandalari do not seem to like
Send the fleet.
Try not to get yourself killed. Make yourself useful.
Ready to sail.
Get moving.
Speak to El Capitan.
Ah, it's you.
Najata. Everybody's favourite.
You're back on your feet.
Favourite questing
Your
zone.
survival is key. I suppose you will want to find safe haven for our wounded. Oculus will assist you. I have
Complete a way home. Still haven't completed that yet. Turn in upheaval.
Not so fast. Tell the lad. This area is fascinating, don't you?
Once upon a time, I could have done this quest line with my eyes closed. Do vaguely remember doing this about 1,000,000 times in BFA.
Sometimes prone to distraction.
Actually didn't mind herbing and skinning there. Najata wasn't a terrible zone. Blizzard did what Blizzard do far too often, which is forget that first impressions matter. For those of us that played through Najata when it was current content, you'll probably very fondly, I'm sure, remember the fact that you weren't able to fly for the first however long. I think you had to get revered with somebody or you could fly out here. And this is a zone being locked on foot was flipping god-awful. Secondly, anybody that was raiding and had to do the Benthic lottery absolutely despised this zone because they had to spend 18 hours a day in it farming flipping pearls. This is some of the first impressions of a zone that leave long-lasting impressions. And Blizzard has this tendency to make a zone completely and utterly gross for like a short period of time before they open up the flexibility of the zone and allow you to, like, you know, allow it to not be gross. Which is if you go into, you know, if you go into Najata now, or you've gone back to Najata at any point in the past, it's a cool zone. Like, you can't argue, it's a cool zone. But boy oh boy, has it left a, you know, bad taste in some people's mouths just from the grindiness of it initially. And anybody that's done the crab mount over here will know that 90 days, 3 consecutive months of daily quests in order to get a mount, drove some people to insanity. You think it's bad these days? We have to do 7 daily quests to get a mount. Yeah, try 90 days.
His chains will be broken.
Don't remind me of the Benthic lottery. Sorry, PTSD. There's an accumulatory thing. I haven't raided since like Burning Crusade, so no problem for me. The last time I properly raided was probably Wrath of the Lich King, believe it or not. It's just never really...
Not a moment too soon. Moonlight
Often I get questioned of like, oh, you've played this game for so long and you've never raided. I'm like, I don't feel as if I've missed anything by not raiding. I wouldn't have played a game for 20 years if I didn't have an ungodly amount of fun playing said game. I know the raiding is very good in this game, especially if that's the kind of gameplay loop that you want. And in fact, I know it's probably better in this game than it is in nearly any game, hence why this game has lasted 20 years. But I don't personally feel as if I've missed anything by not raiding.
I proudly serve as Regent Lord. I knew Ashvane could not be trusted. Damn her treachery.
This makes no sense. Why would the Naga accept a human as an ally? Questions will have to wait. We must find shelter for our people. Careful. Something stirs beyond this wall of water.
The fact that they released Najatar and Mechagon Island on the same day was certainly a choice.
An illusion.
It was funny, wasn't it? Because at the time, people just picked a favourite.
Okay, everyone, let's get moving before the
I must admit, I preferred Mechagon.
We have a safe place where you can regroup.
That said, I've completed Najatar and I haven't completed Mechagon. So my actions probably say differently. Here's my gripe with Blizzard, because they do this shit every time. Their content is usually top tier. This zone was fantastic, I'd say, with the crab mount. Horrific visions, both revisited and back in BFA with the time gating, etc. There is a fuck ton of stuff that Blizzard fucks something up with their top tier content that just sours everything around it, and they do this shit every time. Yeah, I've been singing from the same hymn sheet, as they say, for many years now. That Blizzard are almost their own worst enemy with this. If they just... And it's engagement. Like, I've said this for years. Their absolutely disgusting level of need for engagement kills so many pieces of content that they clearly work very hard on. That if they just kind of if they just focused on making a really good game, like, if they just focused on making a really good game, people would play it a metric fuck ton. They'd enjoy it, and they wouldn't be soured to it in any way. Meaning, if those players did then choose to take a break from the game, there's a significantly higher chance that they'll come back, because they'll be like, oh yeah, that shit was fun, but I did it, and then I went and played this other game, and now I'm going to go back and play WoW again.
Have you made a discovery?
Whereas I do wonder some days if they just they burn people out. Blizzard's necessity for engagement burns people out, and if you burn your player base out, if you burn your customers out, there's a much higher chance when they leave they don't come back.
Suramar stands with you.
We must remain alert.
But
I doubt that Ajara set this trap
on the flip side, they have the most successful game in the genre, and they have for 20 years. So it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another, isn't it? We can complain about the fact that there are some things of it that clearly do not work in our favour. But at the end of the day, the game is still here 20 years later. They've clearly done a lot right.
What is our destination?
Way home, wasn't that the one I needed to do? I need to complete this quest, okay.
We need to find a crack in her defenses.
I know just the thing, Thalisra. Come along, champion. You will serve as my assistant. If we combine our powers, we should be able to open a gateway.
Anyway, to get the War Within Crystals efficiently, I've only got 250k out of the 750k that I need.
Here we are. With the merest touch of the
I've not found anything quite like what we had towards the end of Dragonflight. Resonance crystals are, yeah, a bit of a pain point for me personally as well. The reality is you might just have to accept the fact that you are not going to get all of them that you need within this expansion. There might probably end up being a way to farm them somewhat efficiently, but we're going to need both a hyperspawn that actually works properly and other people that are willing to do it. At the end of Battle for Azeroth, flipping now. At the end of Dragonflight, you could go to, shit, where was it? It was the Forbidden Reach, wasn't it? This little vault down here. You could go in here and you could hyperspawn mobs and you could get about 8,000 resonance crystals an hour. Or the equivalent of Dragon Isles fragments or whatever the fuck they were called. I've not found anything quite like this for this expansion yet. But I'm sure I'm sure there's something out there.
Why, hello. May your
Elementary. Well, arcane, if one is to be technical about it. I must beg your pardon. We are all a bit...
Okay, right. Now we should be able to do inscription stuff. Now we're out here. Now we should be good to go. Must frustrate the hell out of the devs that they are genuinely trying to do just that. Focus solely on making it fun. Then pen pushes come along and say, no, tweak this, tweak that, delay this, time gate that. Yeah, it also doesn't surprise me why we see a relatively high churn of top tier developers in Blizzard as well. For reference, I didn't talk about this too much during our previous rants about Legion Remix, but the guy that was predominantly in charge of MOP Remix and also Plunderstorm left recently. What was his name? Orlando? Was it Orlando? Yeah. So, Orlando Salvatore announced his departure from Blizzard Entertainment. This was back in October last year. One of the key developers behind Plunderstorm, Missa Pandaria Remix, Follower Dungeons, lead software engineer was his title. Parts Blizzard Entertainment after 5 years with the studio. Blizzard has this habit of just cooking their, the lead software engineer. That's not a Mickey Mouse position, right? That's somebody, that's somebody that's making a difference to the game. And something, we have absolutely no idea what, but after only 5 years of the company in a lead position like this, he was like, "No, I'm off. See you later. Bye." You would hope and you would expect that Blizzard being in the position they are in with World of Warcraft, that they should be, or Blizzard used to be the S tier, everybody wanted to work for Blizzard company. Now, they get the talent in, they burn them to a crisp, and then they peace out after 5 years. So, whatever the reasons behind the scenes with this, but this has possibly got quite a lot to do with the fact that Legion Remix does not feel a lot like Mr. Pandaria Remix. That, one of the key developers behind Mr. Pandaria Remix, who was the lead software engineer for Blizzard, peaced out. So, the reality of that is that any control he had over... He was probably working on Legion Remix when he left. Meaning there's a very strong chance that there was a handover of the entire piece of content. And with a handover is going to come a completely different vision for it. So... Blizzard is known for paying low wages. 5 years is quite a long time in game dev terms, though. But like I said, he wasn't a junior mid-level engineer. He was the lead software engineer. You know, that's top tier. People who make it to top tier positions for a company like Blizzard, you wouldn't really expect them to leave ever. Never mind after only 5 years. So I get it. It is quite a long time in the grand scheme of things, but for somebody in that sort of position that's clearly worked to get into that position, it doesn't feel like a long time to me, honestly. Right, we need maroon pigments. Let's keep it cracking. Keep it ticking over. Keep it ticking over. This is where we can do maroon pigment. / crafting. It will also show us the price of xenanthid. So as it appears here, it is cheaper to just buy the maroon pigment. Now is the next thing it's going to ask us to do is to make the inks, I would imagine. Create 400 maroon inks. Collect 400 viridescent inks. You got that wrong, haven't you, Zygo? That's a whoopsie. We do maroon ink. 400 maroon inks. Question is do I just buy these? Do I just buy these, or am I going to get skill points by doing the processing on these? Train maroon ink first. Where was it? Profession trainer? Not you.
Has its purpose. I hope I have what you need. Everything has its purpose.
Right. Making maroon inks does actually give me skill points at the moment, which is probably why we're making them ourselves. But milling them is unlikely. So I am just going to probably buy the pigments if the pigments are cheaper. As we are likely to lose, we probably take 5 xenanthid and only get 2 or 3 pigments, so maybe we just buy the pigments then. How many do we need? 400. This is my point here, look. This is my point here. That makes the unit price gross. So we're going to have 331 of those. And then we're going to buy xenanthid to fill the rest. If I'm coming along and I'm trying to level it up right now, can you imagine what would happen to the price of this sort of stuff if something Decor-wise comes along and says, you need inscription, BFA, 175. And every scribe tries to do this in one go. Reach revered with the unshackled? Oh, jeez Louise. That's not what you want to see in a profession leveling guide. Oh, God. That's not what you want to see at all. Alright, let's see how many points we can squeeze out of just making the damn inks. I hope they bring back Plunderstorm. Still missing so much currency for the final achievement. I don't think we'll see Plunderstorm again. I I'm not convinced we'll see Plunderstorm again. Once again, metrics. I don't think the second time they did Plunderstorm, I don't think it pulled in anywhere near the numbers that it needed to have a third go. And I also genuinely think that they probably only got Plunderstorm 2.0 out the door barely. I really don't think we'll see Plunderstorm again. If they do, they absolutely have to just they can give us Plunderstorm again. I'll happily play Plunderstorm again. But we need a new map, right? They can't give us Plunderstorm for a third time in flipping Arathi Highlands again. Absolutely not. If they try and pull that one, then they're shot themselves in the foot. Actually, are we able to take this all the way to 175? It looks like we can take this all the way to 175 just making inks. So I'm not sure why it's asking me to get revered. The fact that I can potentially take this all the way to 175 is the play here, isn't it? Where's me? No, that's not it. No. That one. That one. Make maroon inks. Oh, okay, sure. Don't mill all of your herbs because you'll need to learn mass mills in Anthid at 155. Oh, so maybe I should have milled some of them then just to unlock the mass milling. $174. Come on, 175. Okay, 175. Well, I clearly didn't need anywhere near as many pigments as I bought even, did I? Oh well. You live and you learn. Let me just buy like... That wasn't 12 gold a minute ago. See, this is why I shouldn't do this shit on stream. I'm telling you. It's how we learn mass milling for it. Oh, apparently you just buy it from the trainer. Oh, mass mills and Anthid. Oh. Well, so neither guide got this right then. Absolutely neither guide got that right. Okay. They also keep making the creator tournament. People hate things when they are gatekept from regular people. Always the streamer who gets X and Y, or let me say bigger streamer. See, I'm in, you know, I'm in a weird position to comment on that really, because I am one of the creators. Although the fact that the Plunderstorm creator tournament actually came with a prize pool makes it more complicated. Because on one hand, I think it's good that it had a prize pool, in that there was a bunch of creators in there that aren't the creators that are making millions every year. You know, there was creators that weren't just your Asmogolds and your flipping huge, great big content creators that have more money than sense anyway. So it was nice for the smaller content creators to have the opportunity to, you know, win a nice little payday. But at the same time, I also do kind of think that the prize pool should have been a charity donation. Like, if you should still want to win it but it should then be the amount that you win is donated to the charity of your choice, sort of thing. I would have thought that that would have maybe sat better with people. Or they need to do a general publicly available tournament. Set up something that allows anybody to enter, whether you are a creator or not. And then, sure, put a prize pool up. This is another one of those things where I think that, yeah, you're not wrong. It doesn't quite sit right with a lot of people. Unpopular opinion, everybody is free to pursue being a creator. I do not mind having special industry rewards. We do not complain not winning an Oscar for our latest home video either, though, do we? Yeah, it's a like I said, it's a slightly difficult one. It will rub some people the wrong way for sure. This is why I think it was kind of nice that they did a creator tournament, and it was nice that they put a bit of prize money up for it. But at the same time, I think I kind of think maybe that all of the creators should have had like a small base pay. Give all of the creators 500 euros or something for their time and the effort for the promotion. They get a bit of exposure out of it, and give all of them just 500 euros, 1,000 euros each or something, so that it's worth their time doing. But then the prize pool, make it a charity donation. There is definitely ways in which it could have been done better. But yeah, it's a difficult one, because the argument there is that, well, the top tier creators have put the work in to become top tier creators, and so hence why they make the money. But like it just does feel weird. Definitely feels weird. Don't they have a bunch of Warbinder inks and inks of dreams on a banker if you need them? I've clearly missed that message, but if you've sent that recently, maybe, possibly. We'll see. Right, that's BFA done then. We have Shadowlands. Shadowlands is the last one to go. Let's see how Zygor handles Shadowlands, shall we? Because, truth be told, it didn't handle the BFA one very well. Which is slightly surprising, because it's one of the newer ones. If it got Outland wrong, I probably wouldn't have cared. Shadowlands Inscription. Go Gadget go. Talk to Magni Bronzebeard. Back out to sea. Where the hell is this? Chamber of Heart. Actually, I need to get my inventory not to be gross. All of these flipping old school Dark Moon cards. I really should just put them all in the bin, shouldn't I? I should really just put them all in the bin. And I just haul ass to Oribos real quickly. I'm waiting to do this for when Blizzard makes the BFA rep warbound. Normally a tournament is a battle to find the best. Could be a random Joe out there who is really good and could win. All playing the game. Yeah, this is kind of why the creator event... Like I said, on one hand, I like the fact that they did it. On one hand, I kind of like the fact that they did it, but I also do think that because they added a prize pool to it, it felt kind of weird. Because for starters, it was invite based. They would invite you. It just becomes a touch. It just becomes a bit weird, right? It's kind of. I have similar feelings and had similar feelings about the what do you call it? The community council that was invite only. Okay. How is that? That's not very community based, is it? If it's invite only. Same thing with the Plunderstorm creator thing. It was invite only. And then with it also being invite only tournament, they then put up a prize pool. I don't know. It just didn't. If it didn't sit right with me, I know it didn't sit right with others as well.
Do see me again.
Click here to collect materials as you level or resume leveling Shadowlands Engineering. That's not what I'm trying to do. Sure. That's a copy paste. Luminous Inks, Umbral Inks. Mill Shadowlands Herbs. This should be so close to home. I should be able to remember how to do this without even looking at it. I made guides for all of this way back in the day. Oh yeah, I can't flip in use me goddamn stupid longboy here, can I? Gotta run out here first before I can longboy up. What does I need to make? Umbral Inks. Umbral Ink. Umbral Ink, 72 gold apiece. You can get bent. Wait, why didn't that work? The specified item is not supported for crafting searches. Oh, thanks. That one is. They've taken way too long to turn the legacy reputations warbound, I call it. They drip feed it as quote-unquote content to us in the minor patches. Something for them to put on the patch notes, yeah. That's interesting. It's actually saying that Nightshade is a good one to break down. Let's buy some of that then. Failed to buy auction. Of course you did. Fucking hell, this is... Death Blossom. Start with a small batch. So I can get a feeling for it again. Agreed, but not gonna lie, it's nice that they're doing it, because let's be honest, they don't need to. Yeah, I mean, obviously warbands is a function that we have now only had for one expansion. And I would prefer it if they would just do it and do it properly. because it does also leave lots of this kind of like, oh, well, we've kind of got... these are warband reps, but these are not. And it's all just messy. All just messy. But this is clearly also where... this is clearly where time and development cost is very, very carefully managed.
You have my undivided attention.
A 100 of them. 100 of them for a minute.
This realm offers infinite opportunities.
Luminous inks. Meant to do this until we get to about skill 25. There's definitely something that has to be stated though, in that Blizzard are clearly trying to push forward, but there is absolutely definitely issues at home with how things are working out at the moment. This 8-week patch cadence thing that we've now had for nearly 2 expansions is... initially, I knew it would be a thing that it would take time for them to be able to get right.
Always a pleasure.
But now I am more thinking that it's something that they may not just ever be able to get right. It almost feels like it's now causing more long-term harm than it is causing good. But this is also clearly part of their long-term plan, isn't it? Clearly part of the long-term plan, because they absolutely are wanting to go towards 12-month expansions, and the only way they can get to 12-month expansions is if they can figure out how to release content at a more regular pace, so that there is just that constant feeling of, you know, something to do, reason for subscriptions to stay active throughout the entire 12 months. I think we've probably seen 18-month to 2-year expansions for a while now, and Blizzard are also looking at it from the perspective of that, well, during that period, people clearly... their subscription lapses, right? This 8-week cadence, and more so all of the time gating we're seeing within each of these 8-week patches, to me looks very much like they are trying to... they're trying to make it so that there is never a reason for you to drop your subscription. And if they can get people to never ever drop their subscription, then they can move towards 12-month expansions. And when everything is on a yearly rotation, it just works better from a business perspective. You can then compare one financial year to another. Why would it tell me to make these instead of these? Well, presumably that's because these are significantly cheaper. Okay. Even back in the day, I would have agreed with that. Okay. Get this to 30 then. Train all the mass mills.
I live to serve, Maw Walker. It would be my pleasure to help you. Death is the ultimate transaction.
Is time gating even part of the 8-week cadence? Because I think all the content is still in from the start, rather than them having some extra time to work on the later parts of the patch. No, but it's like it's kind of like I said, it's that thing to make sure that even within that 8-week period, there is not a reason for you to play it for 4 weeks and then not play it for another 4 weeks, because they want your subscription money from both months. And so this is exactly why the time gating is there. You know, they will drop a patch, and then they will give you visions, and then they'll spread out that visions across 5 weeks. Then they'll release something else on week 3 that they'll spread that over the next 5 weeks to fill up the rest of the 8 weeks, so that you never really have chance to drop your subscription. That's the entire point of it. I think more people will quit if they start asking for €50 expansions and a monthly sub every year. Well, I mean, the expansion isn't €50 anymore. The expansions are €90. I know it's a pessimistic way of looking at it, and it's a glass is half empty way of looking at it, but the expansion costs €90 now. You can pay only €50 for the expansion, but you have to play 3 days late, and you don't get half as many goodies. I don't view it as there's a €50 option and there's the option to spend more. I view it that the expansion is €90, and you can choose to play the game later than everybody else, and you save yourself €40 for the luxury. Which is only a thing because Blizzard 100% absolutely categorically knows that the beginning of an expansion is the best time to play this game, full stop. And that players that have played the game for a few expansions know that the very beginning of an expansion is just incredible. And people will pay a premium for that. And so they are. You've been keeping up with the raid renown for the inscription things? I have been doing my LFR each week, yes. It does mean I'm like half a rank behind people who are raiding properly, but... The reason the box price is a thing is because many get bored of WoW so quickly. The box price is a thing because they can get away with charging a box price. The subscription is a thing because they can get away with charging a subscription. Retail has been a cash cow for Blizzard for years. They don't do these things because they wouldn't survive without doing it. They do it because they can, not because they need to. The fact that they use nearly every single marketing tactic, every single sales tactic to extract money from us. They charge us to buy, we have to pay for the game, we have to pay to continue playing the game. We then have to, we then have an option to spend more money to be able to get the currency, to be able to play all aspects of the game. They then charge us every time we need to do any sort of character service, such as move a character from one server to another, or to change the name of something. You know, they're like, they don't do any of this because they absolutely have to. I need more herbs then. Right. Weirdly, Zygor seems to be less useful for the more recent expansion stuff. I'm starting to think that a more succinct guide would come from the WoW Professions website for this. Let me have a little bit of a look, just to cross-reference. Mill a bunch of shit, craft some of these, mass mill around 700 of any of these herbs, check how many tranquil pigments you got and mill more Nightshade until you have around 25 Tranquil Pigment. Turn all of your Tranquil Pigment into Tranquil Ink. Then make a bunch of missives. Then make Dark Moon cards until you've hit 100. $700 of these herbs. Okay, this is going to start getting a bit pricey, isn't it? Okay, maybe it's not that pricey. Inventory full? Oh, flipping Lord have mercy. Some of this rubbish. Maybe so, but also I'm not paying tons extra for 3 days of early access, some mounts and pets I don't need, and a tiny handful of decorations. Especially since there's 2 WoW players in the household as well. Yeah, I mean, it's... I get it. I do not like the early access. Don't get me wrong. I really do not like the early access. I find it very gross that they're willing to sell early access to an expansion launch. But the reality is the reason they do it is because it's a very, very easy win for them to upsell from $50 to $90. I would much rather they didn't do it, but they're absolutely going to. $59. Go on, give me one more. Well, there we go, 60. Now we're probably going to make a bunch of inks.
How may I assist? Come back if you need anything. I know our endeavors will prove profitable.
$75 to $86, we do missives. See if Zygor agrees with that. Basically, you're paying $40 to play for 3 days. But you also get the month of game time, so it's $25 really. But yeah, it's still $25 to play the game 3 days earlier. And it's really difficult because people come from different circumstances. But I look at it that, you know, $25 to play the game for 3 days is, during that period of time, like, I think about how easy it is to spend $25 doing anything else entertaining in this world. Like, I can't even buy a cinema ticket for me and the wife for $25 to watch an 1.5 hour long film. You know, I know you shouldn't break it down in that way, but from an entertainment perspective, it's still very good value in my opinion. You can make $25 in gold in that time. Well, that's true. If you can make a couple of tokens worth of gold, then you've kind of made it back, haven't you? Yeah. But that's a goblin way of thinking about things for sure. That's a very goblin way of looking at it. Legion Remix going to open next Thursday. Tuesday, I think. I think new build goes up on Tuesday. I think what they said. Just watch the Gamescom Legion expansion reveal from the Wowhead post. Spot the difference between that and the Midnight one. Yeah. Legion was announced not at a BlizzCon, wasn't it? Kind of forgot about that.
It has been so long since I laid hands on a living mortal. Are you in a rush?
Always a pleasure.
Wait, there's a release date for Legion. No. There's a new build on the PTR for Legion Remix coming on Tuesday, with some changes based upon recent feedback. We believe that it is coming out on October the 7th. Yeah, that's based upon what the in-game calendar was stating. I don't think Blizzard have come forward and officially said that those are the official dates, but by the in-game calendar on the PTR, I think it's showing October 7th to January 19th. I think that's where those dates have come from. So that's, until it's actually confirmed by Blizzard directly, it's still, you know, pencil it in the calendar, don't permanent marker it in there, but oh, I'm missing dark parchment.
Tell me what you need, my friend.
Buy a bunch of these.
I know our endeavors will prove profitable.
Missives of Mastery. 5 of those. .2 feels like a boring patch. Add 1 to 2 weeks of content. It definitely doesn't have the same appeal to me that the Undermine did. 11.1 did. But I would also state that I was massively surprised that the Undermine kept me busy. If it wasn't for Mechanica, I would have probably said the same about the Undermine, to be honest. Although, Undermine, as a piece of content, is in a different league for me than Koresh. Koresh is mid-tier at best. Mid-tier at best. Undermine was light years ahead of it in terms of its features, functionality, questing, the whole lot. Crapish. Undermine was even more boring in my opinion. Driving sucked ass. When it depends how you look at things, right? If you look at it from the perspective of how much fun did you personally have with it, you might be able to categorize them differently. But there's no denying that the quality of the content, if you can remove for 1 minute your own personal feelings about that content, in terms of whether it gelled with you, the storyline worked well for you. For example, I really don't like the Lord of the Rings films. I think they're boring as hell. But I can still say that it is an incredible piece of content. I can still value Lord of the Rings as probably some of the best books ever written, and the film adaptations are very good. I personally just don't like them, though. And on that basis, this is how I would categorize the Undermine as an absolute fantastic piece of content, but it is equally perfectly viable for you to not like it. Where if you look at Koresh, you may or may not like the storyline in Koresh, but the quality of the content is significantly poorer. very, very terrible piece of content relative to the Undermine. I don't think that's too difficult to agree on. The new style of WoW, farming rares, farming chests over and over and over again, is not good content. I mean, that's not new. We've had. I mean, that's flipping been. That's been World of Warcraft for 20 years. We have never not been killing rares and looting chests as a daily activity, nearly ever. They've lent more on daily quest hubs and world quests and slight other things, but for the most part, that just is WoW. That just is WoW. You never looted chests in Wrath. Did you not farm rares in Wrath? I'm pretty sure you did. The rares were actually rare in Wrath. Like, properly actually rare. So much so that people would camp them, though, with that rare. Six more dark parchments. We've got them. Next. Paste. Right, this isn't taking us too long, actually. Well, it's taking me a little while to do it, but it's not actually proving to be too taxing.
It is clear you deserve only the best. Come back if you need.
Oh, Christ, 70 more inks. You created these in a previous step. Oh, I don't think I did. I think I skipped that step, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I skipped this step. Shit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I skipped this step. Alright, shit. Make 70 inks. That means I don't have enough luminous pigment. Okay. I only need 14 points. What are we doing for the last 14 points? We're making cards, aren't we? Dark Moon cards, clearly. Yeah. Dark Moon cards. We might need to break down a few more herbs for this. I clearly haven't got enough to get 70. Blizzard makes a Classic Plus. I'm curious how many retail players will drop retail for Classic. I don't think even if they do a Classic Plus, I don't think it will harvest any more of an audience than Classic already did. Because a lot of people chose not to play Classic because they've already played Classic and they are very much in favour of the quality of live features that retail offers. To state that, like, Classic Plus is just a way to keep the Classic audience busy. I'm not convinced it will pull many people from retail to it. More than a handful that will go and try it and then decide for themselves, but... Classic Plus will be new content in another way, though. I can't really quote on Classic too much because I'm not a classic Andy. I've never been. I've never really touched classic all that much. I played classic when it was vanilla. It's an element of nostalgia that I'd like to keep that way. Plus, the time I did play it, it infuriated me greatly because it was missing so many of the quality of life features. Now, of course, they could take... they could rehash it again and put a plus at the end of it and give some of the quality of life stuff, but I don't think it'd really change... It wouldn't change my perspective on it. But I would get why some people would definitely play it, and it would definitely want to be a thing. Right, I need a few more herbs, don't I? Let's grab a few more. Maybe only a couple of hundred more herbs because they weren't cheap. What should we pick up to break down this time? We broke down some marrow root. Take some death blossom just purely because it is slightly cheaper. And in theory, it should have a very similar rate. Oh, let's buy 200 because it's only cheap. We only need enough to make a few cards here. Shouldn't be setting us back too much gold, this. You've not seen Turtle WoW, I guess. I'm aware of it. I know it's doing some pretty interesting things. But my status as WoW partner, I wouldn't say forbids me, but it would be sensible for me to not talk about it in too much detail, considering it is a private server, which is directly against, you know, it's borderline copyright theft. I can't endorse it, let's put it that way. Pretty foolish of me. If people choose to play private servers, that's on them, but it's not something I can really talk about much. Go through the old content professions just in case they're required for housing stuff. Yeah, basically. We've got... I had most of them done. I've not needed to do too much. Inscription I've had to like re-level, but I've only had to re-level that from like the perspective of I kind of wanted Inscription all on one character. I do kind of have all of this already on another character, but it's a character I don't really play. I don't really have any intention of leveling up. It will just be easier to have Inscription, this dude. You know, blacksmithing, that dude. Even if it costs me a bit of time and a bit of effort to get it set up. Not too fussed. What am I missing here? I'm missing something to make the rest of these inks, aren't I?
Infinite opportunities.
Waters and vials still.
You honor me with your attention. Death is the ultimate transaction.
Borderline, you mean full-on copyright? Wow, yeah. Yeah. Okay, I still haven't got enough luminous pigments by the looks of things. Shit, am I going to be short by like 1? I'm literally short by 1, aren't I? That's outrageous. Of course I am. Of course I am. I'm short by 1 flipping ink. I think I'll just buy the ink here. Ink. Buy the 1 I'm missing. Okay, I need to make umbral inks now as well. What's the chances of me having enough of these? To save the time on this, I'm actually very tempted just to craft... Okay, I've got enough to make all of these. Probably the Tranquil Inks I'm going to be a bit screwed on. Play Classic with the current specs and classes and race and other quality of life. It's not the silly leveling speed. This is the difficulty, I think, now. Is that Classic Plus will be very hard to get right if Blizzard tries to do it. Because it doesn't have a really firm... How do I phrase this right? The identity of it is going to be very blurred. Everybody is going to want slightly different things with it. Them doing Classic the first time with a hashtag no changes was basically Blizzard being very forward about what they wanted this content to be. Like, you could not have, like, quantified its identity more accurately. It is as close as we can represent what vanilla was back in the day. Classic Plus is going to have the problem that some people are going to want this, some people are going to want that, some people will get what they want, some people won't get what they want. It will be kind of disjointed. Will it be like playing through vanilla again, but with some mod cons? Will it have a group finder system added to it? Will it not? All of these little things is going to make Classic Plus very, very, very difficult for Blizzard to get right. And I think they will only do it if they really see good value in doing it. Okay, cool. We got enough to make all of those. Lovely stuff. Wait, we only get one skill up for each one. This isn't going to work, is it? Plus my inventory is broken. Flipping out.
How may I assist?
I need enough to make 14 cards, not 10 cards. Flipping out. What can I get rid of? I'm just going to get rid of all of these cards. I don't want any of these. The sooner I vendor them all, the sooner I can forget that they existed. Here we go.
Please, do see me again.
This isn't going to get me to skill 100, is it, by making only 10? This is probably from way back in the day when... Wait, hold up. Since getting a blank card is random, it will depend on your luck how many Dark Moon cards of death that you have to make. I recommend making around 10 cards first and then using the blank cards to gain more skill points. Oh, yeah, okay, I forgot about the blank card thing. Blank of the Indomitable. They've also gone yellow, so they're not even going to guarantee me skill points. Well, that one did. That one did. Go on. Go on. Bless me, game. Please don't make me buy more materials for 1 point. Hey! Sometimes we are actually lucky. Whew! Nice. I actually think the downfall of Classics is the one patch system. Instead of buffing and nerfing how they did the first time, make everything stale for the entire expansion. I'm not sure I understand. I'm not sure I understand. Right, okay. That is Inscription. Done. GG. Every inscription profession through the ages on one toon. Done. I even think Dragonflight has All Spectre. Not that that matters in any way, shape or form. Kazalgar does not have a full Spectre, but it's work in progress. Okay, that's cool. We got places. We got places. Nice. This leaves me engineering and possibly alchemy. Engineering and possibly alchemy to do. This character, for all intents and purposes, now is good. I'll clean out the inventory and stuff another day. Haul your ass back to the capital city where you can do current expansion stuff again. It only looks like it cost me about 50k. Cost me about 50k to level up Inscription throughout the ages on this toon. Which is probably slightly more of a sizable investment than you would probably want to make on just preparing, getting something ready, but it's all good. It's all good. I can live with that. Thank you, Zygor, for being relatively helpful throughout most of it. A few hiccups here and there, but otherwise it was not too bad.
How may I aid you? Walk with the Earthworm. Ancestors watch.
Once we're here, let's get our patron orders done. Otherwise, we are never going to fill that Spectre out. Still getting fiber orders come through. And a couple of knowledge points for less than 100 gold. Huh. Interesting. Would you need all options for profession, you think? For engineering, the goblin and the gnome, for example, alchemy's different paths, etc. I can't imagine they'll go that granular. We still don't even really know if you are going to even need the professions leveled up that much at all. I'm just going based upon the fact that the blog post did say that in the downtime before housing, it might be a good time to level your old professions. I don't think they will go that granular. I don't think they'll say that you need to be, you know, I don't think there'll be a requirement for you to be Flask Master from flipping back in vanilla or whatever, but I don't know. I'm not going to that degree anyway. 10k public order. Go on then. All mats, all Q3. Hello. Only tier 5, please. Well, the fact you did throw 10k at me, I will use my concentration on that, but that's flipping hella risky. Hella risky. Q3 all round, only tier 5, please, as a note. I'll do it because I'm nice. But that's wildly risky throwing that out as a public order. Holy. I even saved myself some boundless ciphers. How about that? Yoink. What's the damage meter you're using? It's very clean. It's just details, but it has a skin on it. Please hold. I can't remember what it's called. Somebody in chat will absolutely know and will probably get there before I will, but give me a second and I'll have a look. Get these done quickly. Okay, yeah, details. What skin was it? The War Within skin is all I can tell you. Is what I'm using, I think. Is it the War Within skin? I'm pretty sure it is. Just Google the War Within skin details. I don't know if there's a way for me to do any better than that. Export? No options. I don't know how it works. What path is the fastest and the efficient to level the War Within enchanting? You mean 1 to 100? Is it not still blasting glimmers for like ages and then crafting some cheap Q3 weapon enchants for the rest of it? I think some people even do that, and then after they've done that, reset their knowledge points to get the glimmer knowledge points back so that they don't have to farm out as many glimmer points for concentration alt purposes as well. Wait, what's this flipping contract it's trying to get me to use? Where are they? These things. Go away. Each professions are on different realms and different characters. Do you think it's better to focus on one character or level them all across each realm? Realm distribution doesn't matter anymore. Really doesn't matter. I can only tell you this from the War Within perspective, and this might very well change going into Midnight, but as it stands at the moment, if you want to do work orders, if you're going to pick professions that require you to fill work orders, you are best off being on a bigger server, just purely by proxy of the fact that there'll be more people that want to put those orders in. I think people have probably not had a great amount of, not a great amount of fun trying to do work orders on smaller servers. But it is a trade-off. On the smaller servers, people are probably not only willing, but maybe almost have to tip more to get stuff done because there isn't that many people doing it. But these days, it doesn't really matter. Okay. I can put this character to bed at least for now. We are on to the final two professions that I need to check and see. Crafting professions, at least. Alchemy and engineering. Now, I know I'm in a similar position on this dude, because this character was actually brand new for Dragonflight. So I don't think he's got any progress with either engineering or alchemy, or any of the past expansions. I have that progress on another toon. But if I want it all in one place, just because of my own level of OCD, I'm going to need to level them up again. Let me just double check that that is the case. Yeah. Yeah. Dragon Isles and Kazalgar Engineering. And Dragon Isles and Kazalgar Alchemy. So if I want all of my crafting professions to be on one toon, all in one, I am going to have to level these up as well. I've already been told leveling engineering is expensive. And it's one of those that if I start doing it, I'll have to finish it. The alternative is I have to consider leveling 2 old characters that I don't particularly want to play or use just so that they can be the profession junkies if needed. I don't know. I will think about that. I will think about that. Boys and girls, I'm going to leave it there though for today. There is very, very unlikely to be any bonus streams over the weekend, this weekend, because I am busy all day tomorrow. And there is a family party on Saturday night, which is leaving me... I am probably going to have a hangover on Sunday, so there's a strong chance that I will not be wanting to do too much of anything on Sunday. Meaning, I'll catch you guys on Monday. So, have yourself a wonderful weekend. Good luck with your goal making. If you're off leveling professions and doing bits and bobs, then enjoy it, have fun. We'll be back on Monday. We're expecting a remix build on Tuesday. So we'll keep ourselves busy on Monday, but there'll probably be a little bit of a focus towards remix next week. Checking out what this new build is and where they have added fun. We'll see how much fun they decide to add. Where is the Doge? Where is the Doge? She is there. Small puppy at least. There's your puppy cam before should we just go big puppy cam for a minute? Yeah, she's nomming on a stick. She's nomming on a stick. But yeah, enjoy your weekend, boys and girls. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Have yourselves a good one. See you all next time. Bye.